passengers. This is your captain speaking once again. For the last 25 years, we at Cebu Pacific have been enabling everyone to fly. And it has been such an honor to have made a lot of travel moments with you. We have always been known to make the flight experience fun for everyone. And as the skies open once again, let us look back at our 8 shared milestones. What a great day to fly! On March 8, 1996, we made our first maiden voyage from Manila to our hometown Cebu. Then we took off for our first international flight, Manila to Hong Kong on November 22, 2001. Those were great times. Philippines, meet Piso Fair, March 2004. We pioneered the first ever Piso sale in the market. These Piso sales really made air travel more accessible for everyone. To connect more people across the archipelago, through September 2007 to 2016, we invested in high-capacity ATR turboprop aircrafts to serve islands that can only be reached by smaller planes. In 2013, we received our first and biggest aircraft, the Airbus A330, and sent it to our first long-haul flight from Manila to Dubai. Baby Haven came into this world via 5J015 Dubai to Manila, the first Ceb baby born in flight. On our 20th year, we welcomed major changes, our new home, our new uniforms, and a brand new look in the skies. We even partnered with UNICEF for its Change for Good program. And last 2017, we flew our first 150 millionth passenger. Throughout our 25 years, we have celebrated countless wonderful moments with you, our dear passengers. I, your captain, together with Cebu Pacific family, can't wait to bring you back to the beautiful destinations you have missed. We're looking forward to more smiles ahead as everyone flies again.
The lines that connect us have never been this important. From the simple things that give us joy and hope, to the ones we have to accomplish. There is a need to be connected to the things we do and to the people around us. The lack of a future-ready connection is what created us. From a startup in Central Luzon to what we are now, our purpose remains the same: to make everyone's online experience better. From businesses to public institutions to your homes and the entire country, we believe that digitalizing the Philippines empowers the people. We work hard to power micro, small, medium, and large-scale businesses to allow them to maximize their productivity with the latest broadband technology that fits their needs, to better connect them to their audiences and customers. Because we know the value of what education brings to every Filipino, together with the Department of Education and local governments, we are connecting schools to teachers and teachers to all their students, providing reliable and fast internet. This helps build the future of the youth and the nation. Converge is empowering every Filipino household as the home becomes the school, the workplace, and the marketplace in one. With its pure fiber connection, Converge offers speed, stability, and reliability to meet the evolving needs of its residential customers, providing the best experience for their work from home, online classes, news and information needs, to seamless entertainment consumption, such as social media, movie streaming, music, sports, and gaming. Our customers' experience is at the forefront of our success. Going beyond their connectivity, we lead the way in product innovation, customer response, digital infrastructure, and network improvements. Because more than the connection, we empower. We empower you, the businesses that fill your needs, and the country's. We are focused in providing all our customers the best of what the internet has to offer, with true high-speed, pure end-to-end fiber connectivity, and we are making it available to every Filipino. Breaking into an already established industry, It is the passion of our people to bring fresh innovations to Filipinos that sets us apart. The Philippines' need for better internet is evident by our exponential and unrivaled growth, boosting us to have one of the biggest IPOs in the country and transforming us into a world-class broadband provider with the Filipino consumer in mind. With our unparalleled growth, we set our sights on interconnecting the entire country, now linking Visayas and Mindanao to our domestic fiber backbone. To connect the unserved and underserved areas in the country, this lives in the fiber of how Converge came to be. Knowing how essential connectivity is today and in the future, we're not just making stable connections available to more Filipinos. We are giving them the lifeline they need and deserve. Now, the way we connect has never been this powerful. With everything we do in our lives, the world is becoming more and more connected. Converge provides more than just fiber internet. We give the lifeline for a future-ready nation.
It starts with a cause, a purpose, a dream, to do more, to be more. In the face of adversity, do we break down, or should we break through? Should we be different, or strive to make a difference? We rock. We have the power to create a better world, one step at a time. This is our revolution. I'm Juan Miguel Javier, an IT director, a farmer, and a rock star by heart. I am unbreakable.
Here's a warm hello from Eastern Communications. We're here to present a refreshing point of view that when it comes to delivering business communication solutions, it's time to bring back the human connection. As we do all we can to offer technology that is always solid and reliable, we never lose sight of our brand of personalized customer service. It's a connection that is both high-tech and high-touch. That's our strong connection. We are Eastern Communications.
We are an organization intensive in youth, in desires, and in a commitment to take great steps to live the values that unite us. We are a company that listens to a mission and has decided to respond daily to the call. We are Qualphone, establishing a welcoming and respectful workplace that affirms the dignity of each person, fostering the spirituality and unique contributions of each individual through our Mission at Work programs. Communication at Work, promotes an open communication based on respect, mutual trust, and understanding of the mission, values, and plans of Qualphone. Learn at work. Support employees through career development classes. Care at work. Support an environment where the person trusts and support each other in a caring second family manner. But making people's lives better goes beyond employees. It also refers to employees' families and our communications through our Give at Work program. We support charities and establishments that provide assistance to the underprivileged. And Fun at Work, to keep our employees engaged through fun activities. Our mission is our call, and we share it with you so that our Stride's values will be an explicit, concrete, and visible commitment to serve and love others. In order to be the best BPO, we make people's lives better.
At Vivant, we embrace change because we know that to succeed, we need to be a strong partner. A partner who takes the time to listen and provide solutions that benefit everyone. Vivant's growth throughout the energy sector is a testament to our strategic relationship and our ability to adapt to a changing world. As we expand beyond power, our business model of foresight, cooperation, and adaptability will always push us forward. Vivant, solutions for a changing world.
They don't want. If we get everyone else vaccinated, 70% yung natawag na herd immunity, maprotektahan yung 30% na hindi magpabakuna. Oo.
Diyan ang paglaom, sudunga ang kaugmaon sa kanaw-kanaw. Sugantang pagbangon, dungan natong sugato na bagong adlaw. Karon ang panahon, busa magpabakuna ta. Kini ang pagpanggata sa usab-usab. Padayon usa ka komunidad kontra sa COVID pabakuna. Di na nato dugayo, di na panumbalingon na
sa pusa, magpabakuna ta. Hindi ang pagpanggata sa usab-usa. Pagdayon isa ka komunidad kontra sa COVID man, babakuna karon ay layo na.
Invite na po ang mga tao nga magpabaksin sila.
I encourage everyone to get vaccinated.
Invite na mo tanan nga to take the opportunity to have a vaccine. Free ta tanan sa worries or sa anxiety na to sa about this pandemic which is the COVID-19.
The best vaccine is the one that is available.
Diyan ang paglao, sudungang kaugmaon ta. Higala, busa magpabakuna ta.
Now that we have the vaccines here, please do avail of the vaccine to end this pandemic.
At Golden Prince, experience the golden brand of hospitality. Oh, at Golden Prince, you'll always feel the royal parade reserved for you. The one on good is a Golden Prince Hotel.
Awkward when you're bustling through the city, at work, or sweating it out. And just when you think you're doing things in style, the right moment can easily take the wrong turn. New GT Cosmetics Deodorant guarantees the freshness and confidence that you need to make it through the day. So that you're ready to make every moment the right moment.
Imagine we're able to contribute to something great. Other than providing solution to the escalating traffic in Metro Cebu, we're confident that this new bridge project not just connects island, but connects people in this area of the country. This really is an iconic structure. It is sort of a legacy to be delivered to the Cebuanos by 2021. We are fortunate enough to be able to get the best multi-talented team.
Every bridge is different. The bridge we're building is going to connect Cebu to Cordova. The bridge is made up of various very important elements.
Wherever you are in Cebu, you'll see it. There will be a 145-meter high pylon here, and there will be 17 cables coming this way, 17 cables that way, holding up the bridge, which will be approximately 45 meters above us now. From the two main pylons, we have 21 piles. Each pile cap has about 3,000 cubes of concrete. The depth up to 70 meters, up to 90 tons of reinforcement.
We see ourselves as a participant of nation building in this country. This is the largest single investment anybody's made in the region. Our vision is to help connect the Philippines. The bridge could be a catalyst for the economic development of Cebu. We believe this project will change the lives of our people.
Global Business Power has become the leading power producer in the Visayas, with the flexibility to supply base, intermediate, peak load, and ancillary support, responding to the growing energy needs of a dynamic nation connecting businesses and communities. We provide programs addressing health, education, environment, and the social development needs of the communities around us. Our vision is to be the leading and most efficient energy provider in the country. What happens when we generate power? We enlighten lives. We empower progress. We are Global Business Power.
Let us all call upon our Lord God into our virtual gathering, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dearest Almighty God, our Father, we worship and glorify you, our Creator, and come before you with our challenges, our responses, our plans during this pandemic era. As members of this beleaguered business community of Cebu, and as members of this prestigious though challenged chamber, heal us as we witness the suffering and the death around us, before us, and so close to us. Enlighten us that we may see your goodness all around us as you lead us along the path to tomorrow. Embolden us that we may observe thoroughly the new health protocols in our homes, our workplace, and community. Temper our fear and passion as we forge ahead, not merely to survive, but to redefine, repurpose, and reposition our lives, our businesses, and communities. In the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Redeemer. Amen.
awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang mag-ibig, ewas ang silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dikit mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuyagan ang magiting, sa manluluping, di ka pasisingil, sa nagatak tutok sa simoy at sa langit kong bagaw, ay hinatang tulang awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang lang matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iibig, makituwing at araw niya kailan pa may magdidinig. Luman ang araw ng walhaging pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang hindi kaya ng pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 2021 Cebu Entrepreneurs Summit. I am super excited to have you all here, excited about all the amazing conversations that we're going to have today. My name is Mikey Morado and I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of Aerophone Enterprises. And I'm so honored and grateful to be hosting this event today with a banner theme, Rise Forward. We should have time for your questions at the end of each segment and before we end at around 5 p.m. today. When you wish to ask a question, please type it in the chat box if you're in Zoom or comment if you're watching this live from the official Facebook pages of the Cebu Business Month and the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And of course, if you stay until the end of the event, you will get a chance to win special raffle prizes. And talking about special, we would like to thank all our generous sponsors. Without them, this would not have been possible. With our Omnibus Platinum sponsors, we have Cebu Pacific Air, Converge IT Solutions Incorporated, PLDT Enterprise, Ride Hero. Our Omnibus Gold sponsors, Eastern Communications, Qualphone Philippines, Vivant Energy Corporation. Our Omnibus Silver sponsors, thank you to Ayala Land Incorporated, Cebu Holdings Incorporated, Lazada Philippines, Ramon Aboitiz Foundation Incorporated, Security Bank Corporation. Event sponsors are Golden Prince Hotel and Suites, GT Cosmetics Manufacturing Incorporated, and our event donors, Cebu Cordova Link Expressway, and Global Business Power. And of course, special thanks also to Aerophone Enterprises and Company and our official media partner, RMA News. Without further ado, it is now my pleasure to introduce our Cebu Chamber President, who will formally welcome us all, Mr. Felix Taguiam.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mikey. Thank you for hosting this great event of ours, our CBM Entrepreneurship Go Negosyo program, and Presidential Advisor for Entrepreneurship Go Negosyo, founder and ASEAN-BAC Chairman, Chair Secretary Joey Concepcion III, Yusek Rosemary Ideleon of the National Development Policy and Planning, National Economic and Development Authority, NEDA, our City of Cebu Acting Mayor, Honorable Michael Rama, speakers and panelists, valued sponsors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the CBM 2021 Entrepreneurs Summit. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today. I'm very pleased to welcome those of you that have been with us for a long time now, as well as those who are new. I would also like to extend my gratitude to our partners and sponsors. Without you, all this event would have not been possible. This afternoon summit transcends beyond building networks. Today, we can hear a full flow discussions of ideas and interventions on how we can strategize and this year's CBM Rise, Resilience, Innovate, Sustain, Empower. Together with our esteemed speakers and panelists, we will witness how key players of our industry share their knowledge, challenges, and success within the notions of resilience, innovation, sustainability, and empowerment. This afternoon summit transcend beyond building networks. Together with our esteemed speakers and panelists, we will witness how our key industry players can share their knowledge, challenges, and success within the notions of resilience, innovation, sustainability, and empowerment. The matters that we will be deliberating today are critical to our tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you will find this occasion worthwhile as we exchange arguments on how we can deal with the relentless demand of our industry. On behalf of our Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the CBM 2021 Working Committee, once again, I welcome you all to this year's CBM 2021 Entrepreneur Summit. Thank you and stay safe, everybody.
Nakamute ka.
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, thank you so much, Sir Felix. In this pandemic, we asked, how do we turn this crisis into an opportunity to better address business recovery in the context of what and where our government can support? The answers we will know from our next distinguished speaker, who will be introduced by the Vice President of the Cebu Business Mobilization Committee, Mr. Mike Cubos.
Thank you very much, Mikey. Good afternoon. My name is Mike Cubos. I'll be introducing USEC Rosemary De Leon. So, okay. So our next, our keynote speaker for today is USEC Rosemary De Leon. She is presently the Undersecretary for the National Development Policy and Planning at the NEDA, or the National Economic and Development Authority. Ms. De Leon holds a PhD in economics from La Trobe University in Australia, and has a master's degree in economics from the University of the Philippines School of Economics, and a master's degree in statistics from the UP School of Statistics. She is also a 2019 Presidential Gawad SES awardee. Among her major responsibilities is shepherding the formulation of the Philippine Development Plan. The PDP is an elaboration of the country's priorities over the medium term and is the blueprint of the government policies, programs, and projects. She also oversees the monitoring of the PDP implementation. In addition, she is in charge of providing technical advice on policy issues to both legislative and executive branches of the government, especially the committees of the NEDA board. Presently, Ms. De Leon chairs the task group on recovery under the National Task Force against COVID-19. She also chairs the technical working group on anticipatory and forward planning, and a member of the sub-TWG on data analytics, and IATF on management of emerging infectious diseases. Ms. De Leon also chairs the Social Development Committee, Technical Board, and Technical Committees on Tariff-related matters, and is a member of the Development Budget Coordination Committee of the NEDA Board. She also heads the Secretariat of the Economic Development Cluster of the Cabinet. Undersecretary De Leon is currently a member of the board of the Philippine Economic Society, where she used to be the president. She is also a member of the Philippine Commission of the UNESCO. She was formerly the chair of the Economics Committee of the UNESCO and the vice chair of the Economic Committee of the APEC. Please help me welcome the Undersecretary for the National Economic and Development Authority, USEC Rosemary De Leon. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Thank you for that long introduction. Apologies. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, well, thank you once again for inviting Daneda to this event. And aren't we glad that we are in this new normal environment where we can shuttle from one meeting to another, even though it's really it's supposed to be a meeting like this. It will require probably 2 days, including travel time. So anyway, I'll be sharing my screen, so I'll get right onto it. I understand that I don't really have much time to do this, so let's see how fast we can go. So I have entitled my presentation as Recharge PH, We Recover as One. So the Recharge PH is actually how we label the very, very short-term recovery. Actually, we call it a recharge plan before we get on to the recovery program. So I have 4 actually key messages here. The first is that good news is that the economy is on demand, but the not so good news is that the situation remains precarious, as we have also seen in other countries where you have these variants of concern that actually is making this situation very, very precarious. Second is that we are all interconnected, and so we need to recover as one. So we have actually this is clearly demonstrated during this pandemic, where let's say in the case of Cebu, where you have already opened up the province, but still, the tourists aren't coming in, and that's really because certain parts of the country are still closed, namely Metro Manila, and then of course other parts of the world remain closed. So we are actually all interconnected. Or sometimes you would suddenly be surprised that you do not have this this raw materials coming in, and it's really because of one particular source actually not being able to deliver on time, and it's really because of various mobility restrictions happening elsewhere in the country or probably elsewhere in the world. So we really are all interconnected here. We can have a robust recovery when we adapt to the new normal. Some would say that, let's get back to the way we were. Yeah, sorry to say, but we can no longer go back to the way we were. We really need to adapt to this new normal. And that is how we can have this robust recovery. And we need to adopt a long-term view. This is actually very challenging. It will require the best of us. It will require all of us. Let's take inspiration from that long-term view. So first, the obvious, COVID-19. This is our latest statistics. As of July 26, we already have 1.55 million cases, of which 55,000 would be the active cases. But the thing to remember is that 96.3% of these cases, of these active cases, are asymptomatic, mild, and moderate, meaning not many actually require hospitalization. So you would think that actually the ones that really require hospitalization are this one. So numbering about 2,000. Perhaps you can add half of the moderate, so probably 2,500 requiring hospitalization at this point in time. Case fatality ratio remains low, 1.75%. And this is really below the global average of about 2.2. This is the epidemic curve what we call the epidemiological curve, where we plot the number of cases according to the onset of the illness, not according to the reporting time. And that's also, if I may just get my laser pointer here. Sorry. Oops. There. So these are not plotted according to the reporting date, but according to the onset of illness, and that's actually how we we look at this epidemiological situation or event. So in the case of the NCR, you would notice that it's already going down, but it has plateaued, albeit at a high level. You would notice that there is what we call this gray area, and that's really where these are still the reports here are still being verified, and therefore they are not yet plotted on this epi curve. And then for the rest of Luzon, Visayas, there's a bit of an uptick here, and then Mindanao again resting on a high number. For the province of Cebu, this is actually what we have here. 7-day moving average is at 73, but your median is actually at 31, and therefore this means that you are still above the your usual trend in cases. Good news is that for July 25, which I have here, the latest that I have here, you have 6, which is way below that. But again, that is something that that is still being verified. But it's still, again, my word for the day, precarious situation, because you still have your 7-day moving average at 74 being higher than your median number of cases at 31. Good news is that utilization of COVID beds, if you take the national average, then it remains at low risk. In the case of Cebu, when I looked at the numbers, it's actually at 58%, which is nearing the moderate risk. And so that is something that needs to be addressed very, very soon. Now, another piece of good news is with respect to our vaccination coverage. So far, we have had 18 million individuals receiving their vaccines. 11.3 million of them having received 1 dose, and then 6.8 million having received the 2 doses. So you have roughly, actually, including those who have received only the first dose, then you are looking at 25% having been vaccinated at least once. And the good news as well is that this is as of yesterday. We have reached 659,000 jobs. Actually, the target is to reach 500,000 jobs per day, and we have already breached that. So congratulations to our health sector, to our vaccine cluster for doing this, and of course to the different stakeholders for really convincing people to get vaccinated. So, of course, it has affected the economy, but like I said, with the first message that I have there, the economy is on the mend. So it's still negative, but we are seeing a lower negative for each quarter. So minus 17 during quarter 2 of last year, and then it has inched up a bit. And then finally in quarter 1 of this year, it's a minus 4.2%. We're hoping for a better quarter 2 numbers, and it will come out on August 10. Also looking at the employment numbers, again, we are seeing that this very, very strong link between the labor market and the mobility restrictions, again, for obvious reasons. So when we restricted movement this was our very strict classification, the ECQ, then we saw minus 8.7 individuals losing their jobs. But when we eased the restrictions in June, 7.5 million of them actually were able to get back their jobs. Now, again, between March and April, when we restricted the mobility in what we call the NCR plus areas, from GCQ, we made it into an ECQ. Then again, 2.1 million individuals lost their jobs. And then when we eased the restrictions, then you see that 1.4 million of them were able to get back their jobs actually between April and May. In fact, from January 2020 up to May of 2021, we are already seeing net employment creation of 2.2 million, which is a good thing. But what we need to do is really to make this a robust recovery. So my second message is that we are all interconnected and therefore we can recover if we recover as one. This is how we synthesize the problem. On the part of consumers, they see this high risk to health. And in fact, there's also the perception of high risk. So you have many sources of information, and this adds to that perception of high risk. On the part of producers or business, their big problem is the high air of uncertainty. There's also a low demand. So sometimes when you have already eased the restrictions, you still don't find the customers coming back. And it's really because, again, of this one, the perception of high risk. And then many, I'm sure from the micro, small, even the medium enterprises are suffering from these liquidity constraints. And therefore, we in government have set out these objectives. This is with respect to recharge. First, we need to reduce the risk due to COVID-19. Second, we need to reduce the perception of risk. So we're talking about communications here. Next is to reduce uncertainty due to policy actions in addressing COVID-19. Then fourth, address liquidity constraints of firms and individuals. And five, to empower individuals and firms to thrive under the new normal. So let me quickly inform you about this recharge PH. So we have said that we need to recover as one. So we need an all of society approach here. So what we have done is actually to identify what is it that we want the private sector, to be contributing at this point, and then how can we as public sector encourage this sort of, this contribution from them. So with respect to contributing to the prevent and detect strategies, and then contributing to the isolation and treat strategies for private sector, we hope that they will continue to vigilantly, religiously practice minimum public health standards, participate in contact tracing and health surveillance, and then do COVID proofing of their work and business places. And then to fully comply also with isolation and treatment protocols, do not break quarantine protocols. Pag sinabi ganito, please follow that because it's really for everyone's benefit. Assist the public sector in augmenting capacity of isolation and treatment facilities and also the peripherals in cases of surge. So the public sector, in order to encourage this, should address the supply side and affordability issues, let's say of the PPEs, of this, of the test kits, of this isolation costs, and also the treatment costs. We need to issue clear guidelines, provide clear guidelines, ensure that they're widely disseminated, there's effective and fair enforcement, and we need to ensure data privacy. Now, on the part of the reintegrate, and then on the V as well, for the reintegrate, we're hoping that the private sector can really participate in food in a big way in the rescaling or retraining programs. Our TESDA, our CHED, DOLE, DTI, actually all of them have been conducting many of these webinars, and all of them are for free. So we're hoping that the private sector can encourage their employees, encourage their workers, and encourage their officers actually to participate in these programs. and then participate also in the mental health and psychosocial services programs, which is also being provided, DOH and DSWD. Of course, participate in the vaccination program, and if possible, please assist the public sector in augmenting resources for this vaccine deployment. So public sector needs to provide the financial, technical, and psychosocial services to adversely affected sectors and ensure that policy and regulatory frameworks support these reintegration efforts. This is actually how we have designed the Bayanihan 1, but especially the Bayanihan 2. And then ensure the supply and access to effective vaccines. And then finally, business and service continuity for private sector to continue expanding their business, if possible, towards these 4 priority areas: health systems improvement, digital transformation, food resiliency, and learning continuity, or continue their services towards safe mobility options, ecological integrity, and then other social and economic activities. So this is what public sector should do: increase public investment to support this new normal. And then, of course, the ease of doing business, because we know that some businesses will have to repurpose their business offerings, their production processes, and government needs to be able to facilitate this transformation. But the economic recovery can only be robust when we are able to adapt to the new normal. And this is what we mean by the new normal. Very, very simple summary. One is physical distancing will still be observed, face covering still required. Strict hygiene and sanitation protocols, there will be, or there should be, more outdoor than indoor activities. There will still be sporadic lockdowns. However, we hope that in the near future, in the near term, this will actually be granular, very, very targeted. And then that the COVID-19 threat will be foremost in the minds of individuals. So we expect to find fundamental changes in demand. And this is how we can actually restructure our businesses to thrive under the new normal. Let's try to find out how we can meet this fundamental changes in demand. For households, individuals, there will be increased demand for health products or health boosting goods, for soap, sanitizer, alcohol, face masks, face shields, the internet, of course, electronics, gadgets, utilities, electricity, gas and water, bikes and motorbikes. Lower household demand for the durables, apart from the ones up here, non-essentials, tourism and travel. There will be higher government demand for digital connectivity, electronics equipment, healthcare services, healthcare personnel, social protection, and COVID-proofing materials. Possibly lower demand for office space, higher investment demand for delivery vans, motorbikes, digital connectivity, electronics equipment, storage facilities, packaging materials, hopefully biodegradable, ventilation equipment, outdoor venues, COVID-proofing materials, and possibly lower demand for office space, and definitely lower investment demand for air transport. And then also the higher export demand for electronics, healthcare supplies, etc. Possibly also for business process outsourcing. Now, like I said, we need to recharge our economy. We need to, for it to be a robust recovery, we actually should really adapt to the new normal. What we have done as well is to revise or update the Philippine Development Plan. And the first thing that we did was to revise the outcome, the desired outcome, which is towards a healthy and resilient Philippines. We have actually maintained the structure of the PDP. What we did was to tweak the strategies so that we include many of this, the use of technology, so that it will be more resilient. And we think that that is really the way to go. There are really just 3 directives going forward. 1 is to focus on recovery and resilience. 2 is to enact the remaining reforms so that, this will really be a robust recovery. And 3 is to maintain that long view. In terms of recovery and resilience, we hope and we think that we really should adopt a system focus. And these are the systems approach with sectoral focus on food systems, health, learning, manufacturing, transport and logistics, wholesale and retail trade, and then financial systems. We need the development agenda that emphasizes digital transformation, research and development, and then innovation. Of course, built on the principles, following the principles of efficiency, equity, meaning inclusivity, sustainability, and resiliency, and built on the foundations of good governance, peace, and security. And then we have also listed down in the updated PDP the remaining reforms, which we hope, and many of these have already been were actually cited in the final SONA of the president. And then finally, this last one, to adopt a long-term view. This is actually, like I said, a very challenging time. It requires the best of us. It requires all of us actually to really come together and let us draw inspiration in what we have determined to be the long-term aspiration of each and every Filipino. That is the ambition natin 2040, that Filipinos aspire to have a matatag, maginhawa, at panatag na buhay. I'm happy that you are all actually striving to do this resiliency, the innovation part, the sustainability part, and the empowerment part. Really, let us all do our part so that even amidst this pandemic, even after this pandemic, and given the many other challenges that we could be facing going forward, that we will still work together, work very hard together in order to enable and empower every Filipino to enjoy this matatag, maginhawa, at panatag na buhay. Thank you very much for your attention.
Recharge PH. Thank you so much, Yusek Edilion, for that very insightful message. So let's continue to support one another in the call to recover as one. Amidst the rising global uncertainty and inflationary pressures, how should we expect our economic trend to look like by the end of 2021? Will Philippine economy recover this year? Let's learn together from our next distinguished speaker. Our speaker is a certified public accountant who has specialized in financial management risk, tax regulations, and international financial reporting standards over 25 years, and has guided the financial affairs of some listed telecommunications and media companies in the UK and Silicon Valley. Now the chairman and senior partner of one of the prestigious auditing firms in the country, the PwC Philippines, a member firm of the PricewaterhouseCoopers International Limited, the second largest professional services network in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a massive applause to Mr. Roderick Danao.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Magandang hapon. Good afternoon to our dear guests, Yusek Ros Edilion, and I can see you also Sec Joey Concepcion. Maayong hapon sa inyong lahat. Thank you, Cebu Chamber, for having me today. I picked some of the points that Yusek Ros mentioned a while ago. Robust recovery, adapting to new normal, scaling up in technology investment, and the need to be creative and innovative. And these are pretty much aligned with what I'm going to share with you today, a short presentation, which I will title From Great Lockdown to Great Rebound. I'm going to focus on the fundamental shifts, 4 fundamental shifts and trends that we see on the ground based on the surveys that we have and based on consumer behaviors, based on our interactions and many surveys of the firm. I'm going to focus from the point of view of the business owners and consumers, 2 of the, I would say, key drivers of our economic recovery moving forward. Now, let me start with point number 1, trend number 1. And this is regarding the need to invest in digital transformation and harnessing the power of data. Imagine having the kind of technology and solutions at your fingertips that allow you to predict consumptions, allow you to predict consumer behavior, allow you to predict consumer habits. That's a very powerful that you can have. We've been talking about digital transformation even prior to pandemic, but this pandemic has taught us one critical lesson. We can never be status quo. We need to invest in digital technology for us to have a truly resilient business. So what I would like to discuss is that we see more and more deals and alliances on the ground between and among companies to ensure that they take control of the data along their value chains. I would like to cite a specific example about the power of digital transformation. Like, for example, our business in PricewaterhouseCoopers. We have more than 280,000 people across the globe. In the Philippines, we have close to 2,000. And at the peak of the pandemic, our business continued because of our digital technology. We were able to deliver millions of hours, serve thousands of clients, file their income tax return, complete our audit, provide tax services, provide deal services at the peak of the pandemic, and even helping our clients scale up at the peak of the pandemic. So that's the power of digital technology. We are a tech-enabled company, by the way, and we are very, very proud of our digital transformation journey in the past 10 years. This enabled us to work virtually in collaboration with our clients, providing them services that they need. So it's very important that the data has to be part of the digital transformation. Imagine, for instance, these airline companies, they can actually predict what flights, what time will be or less than fully booked. So with that, they have the power and tools to predict consumer behavior and offer, cheap flights, offer promotional flights to optimize the revenue generating power of their assets. So that's the power of data. Now, we have seen actually changes in consumer buying habits and their preferences, and this is pretty much aligned with the digital transformation that I mentioned. Based on the most recent survey, 50% of the customers that is surveyed said that they now prefer digital. 51% said, I am digital. 56% said they're price-oriented. 54% said they're focused on savings. All of this will be available at the fingertips if we have the right data. And very importantly, 50% said they want an eco-friendly products and services. So these are the shifts in or evolving consumer pattern that we see based on the survey that we have done in the past few months. The second point that I would like to discuss is about one of the most fundamental shifts and changes that we've seen on the ground, ESG. It's all about having sustainable business model. For a very long time, businesses are focused on providing economic return to the stockholders-centric, so to speak. But nowadays, that's not the case. Many companies now adopt ESG as part of their business model. So economic and ESG. And ESG stands for environment, social, and governance aspects. So put it simply, sustainable business. Many believe that if you adopt ESG as part of your business model, your business will last. It will last, and it will last from generation to generation. So we've seen a lot of deals right now on the ground, companies seeking to acquire other companies, and they put premium on those companies with good ESG initiatives or those companies with sustainable business models. So ESG is about the three elements that I mentioned, but I would like to focus today on the E, the environment. Many scientists believe that by 2050, if we don't change the carbon footprint of the globe, of the world as a whole, the temperature will rise by 2 degrees Celsius by 2050. Many scientists believe that if that happens, the Earth will not be a livable Earth. There'll be a catastrophic calamities, especially in countries like Philippines. So to avert that kind of possible disaster and to take care of the Mother Earth, many companies have now adopted this what we call net zero as part of their business initiative. And this is a big investment. Net zero is all about having the business model that ensures that the net carbon footprint of these businesses is zero. Some and most companies, the big companies, have committed and pledged that by 2050, they will be carbon neutral. So we see here the likes of Shell by 2050. But I'm very proud to say we have many companies locally that have also committed to this net zero initiative. Globe Telecom, for instance, has a commitment to be net zero by 2050. And you can also see here PLDT, right? And our very own firm, PricewaterhouseCoopers, has a commitment to be net zero by 2030. So it's a big deal. And in fact, 21% of the world's largest companies have committed to this net zero initiative by 2050 or earlier. So this is a big shift that we see on the ground. Many companies are investing in their net zero initiatives as early as now. The third trend that we see on the ground based on the surveys is the need for many companies and businesses to develop the next generation of leaders. Why do we say this one? Based on the surveys done in 2021, approximately 47% of critical talents by many companies are not filled in. So it's unfortunate, right? They have this capacity gap to a certain extent. And because of the scarcity of talents and their inability to develop next-gen leaders on a long-term basis, it's becoming a challenge to sustaining the business. So this is something that we see on the ground. People now are now investing on human capital. And I would like to give an example. You know, as I mentioned a while ago, PwC is a tech-enabled firm. We have 280,000 people across the globe. We are tech-enabled, but human-led. Many are asking at some point, you know, with this artificial intelligence, computerization, automation, will human talent become redundant? Our answer is yes. We see that in the future, the workforce will be a combination of machine intelligence and human intelligence blending together to build a more efficient and a more resilient business model. So don't worry, hindi pa tayo magiging obsolete kahit pa may mga robot na pagdating ng araw. So having said that, emphasis on retaining the best talents and developing them into next generation leader is one of the I would say key priorities of many companies that we are dealing with. Now, let me just show you a survey that we have done in 2021 about this new normal. And Yusek a while ago, Edil Leon mentioned about the new normal, adapting to the new normal. Work from home policy. Our firm, even after pandemic, we believe that more than 50% of our workforce will work from home. And this will be the new normal for us. And that's consistent with what we've gathered in the last survey. 76% of the CEOs in the Philippines, 131 of them, believe that more than 50% of their workforce will be working from home post-pandemic. So this is something that we see as a fundamental shift from the traditional work arrangement that we have had in the past. The last trend that I would like to share is about resiliency and diversification. I think this is well captured by Yusek Edilion a while ago about the need to diversify and the need to innovate, right? So diversification to become resilient. Now, what I would like to share with you is the result of the survey that we have done in 2021 as well, covering 2,800 family corporation. But before that, I would like to show the result of the survey just recently in June 2021, a mid-year CEO survey. In the survey, 62% of the CEOs believe that the recovery will happen between 1 to 2 years, not 3 years, 62%. So they are optimistic that the company, that their operations and the country as a whole will rebound strongly from this pandemic within 2 years. Let me show you now these slides about the survey that we've done in 2021. And I would like to summarize very important points here. Point number 1, 55% of 2,800 family corporations surveyed believe that for them to be resilient, they need to diversify their products. They need to expand into new markets and new client segments. 52% believe that for them to be resilient, there has to be, or they need to improve their digital capabilities. So again, digital transformation is a must. 50% believe that they need to introduce new products and services. So this is what Yusek Edelion mentioned about the need to innovate. They need to introduce new products and services to broaden the footprint of the operations of the company. And 49% believe that they need to increase the use of technology. And 37% believe that they have to have covering. Yeah, so I think that those are the key points, that protecting our core business, meaning it's not about survival. It's not just about surviving, but also staying afloat during the course of the pandemic. So those are the key trends that we would like to share with you, our dear friends in Cebu. Thank you for having giving us this opportunity to share what the trends that I just discussed. Daghang salamat. Thank you very much.
Daghang salamat, Mr. Danao. We look forward to that strong rebound in 1 to 2 years' time. But how should our business community respond to external conditions and best practices at managing difficult changes in our economy and converting them into opportunities? Is it time to pivot our business or perhaps innovate under challenging conditions? May I please ask the Vice President for Business Development of the Cebu Chamber of Commerce, Mr. J. Uvalias, to please introduce our keynote speaker.
Good afternoon. The honor is mine today to introduce our keynote speaker virtually. I have listed here some of the most important reasons on why we have to listen to him intently. Why? Bottom line, leadership is most important during this pandemic. And Presidential Advisor for Entrepreneurship, Joey Concepcion, is the most active captain of industry nationally in this pandemic. I have worked with him for 5 years and have witnessed the dedication, passion, and consistency to help small businesses grow. He founded, in case you don't know yet, he founded the Philippine Center for Entrepreneurship, or Go Negosyo, 16 years ago. He is the father of our country's entrepreneurial movement and has since extended the movement to other ASEAN countries through Amen, changing lives one entrepreneur at a time, and now reaching more than 2 million followers in the Go Negosyo Facebook page. Currently, he is also the ASEAN-BAC Philippines Chair, East Asia Business Council Philippines Chair. He has grown his own and his family's businesses and dominate their markets. President and CEO of RFM Corporation, Chairman of RFM Unilever Ice Cream Corporation, Selecta, Director and Executive Committee member of the Concepcion Industries Inc., Igloo Supply Chain Philippines, among others. His vast and wide experience enables him to know what works and what does not work. He only needs a few seconds to tell you that, especially in our country's setting. On awards and distinction, let me just mention a few. 10 outstanding young men in 1995, recognized in the Time Global 100 list of young leaders in the millennium, and hailed by Forbes Asia as one of the 48 heroes of philanthropy in 2011. He was awarded by the Republic of India with the Padma Shri Award last April 2018, the highest distinction awarded to a non-Indian citizen by the Indian Prime Minister himself. Early last year, Presidential Advisor Joey rallied government and business leaders to balance health and economy in the fight versus COVID by making testing more accessible through Project ART and make the faceless enemy visible. RT-PCR machines, testing kits were donated to institutions. Cebu and Visayas were beneficiaries of such. Launched recently a Dose of Hope program with the private sector purchase of millions of vaccines and subsequent donations to select LGUs. More importantly, he is our private sector champion as the country battles COVID, fighting for businesses to survive and to build back better. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome a modern-day hero for our MSMEs, Presidential Advisor for Entrepreneurship, Joey Concepcion. A round of virtual applause, please.
Jay, sound check. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank, of course, Jay Ovalios for those kind remarks. And let me go straight to a very brief presentation. Can we have the slide, please? And let me explain to you what we have been doing and what we intend to do. As Jay was saying, that we have been in the forefront of this pandemic ever since March last year. We have initiated a lot of efforts, especially with the private sector. And we were the first to bring in the private sector vaccines, which has arrived 3 weeks ago, the AstraZeneca vaccines, close to 17 million doses. We established the first tripartite agreement between Secretary Galvez, AstraZeneca, and the Dose of Hope of Conegosyo. This effort has brought in about close to 6 million doses for the private sector and 11 million doses for the LGUs. This is supposed to be arriving, first batch arrived in July and August and onward till February of 2022. And we have done much more than just the vaccines. And now we're in the stage of really trying to see the light at the end of the tunnel and work towards that light and hopefully triumph over COVID-19. Now, what we're facing is something much more serious than the previous COVID variants. No? You've read in the newspapers, the Delta variant, which is basically a mutation started from the Indian virus, basically, and that you can see how much lives has been lost in India. And this has mutated all over the world. No? And Indonesia is hit with it pretty hard. Australia, of course, Malaysia, Vietnam, all countries, because Vietnam has been shielded for so many months, especially last year. And you've got also now Thailand, America, you've got Delta all over there. And now the Philippines. No? And so what we have done, this presentation was created during a meeting I had with the private sector and Secretary Duque and MMDA and Chairman Abalos. No? The objective is to really ensure that we have a safe and economically robust fourth quarter. As we all know that as entrepreneurs, we know that the fourth quarter is the sacred quarter for us, no? Because this is where many MSMEs and large corporations and even extra large corporations really do very well. No? Consumer spending, because of course Christmas is there. And of course, We know that election fever has started, and you will have definitely election spending by then, no? Because Christmas, people will be giving away a lot of food since many people have been hit with this pandemic. And of course, the government stimulus packages that have been brought forward is gradually taking effect. No? So all of this will really bring about a robust Christmas. Now, we have to protect that at all costs. No? And whatever happens in the last quarter is what you will see for the year 2022. A strong finish for the last quarter will lead to a better 2022, especially the first quarter moving forward. No? Now, the approach that we have suggested to Secretary Duque is basically micro herd immunity. Father Nick of Octa speaks of the same. We've done this in our own respective homes, whereby in our homes we try to create herd immunity. If vaccines are available to us, what we do, we inoculate the entire family and our kasambahays, no? And of course, the extended family we have, our parents and our brothers and sisters and their children. No? That creates a bigger defense. And as we extend it even further to our friends. No? So when you vaccinate your social circle and your family, you create a very thick wall of defense. So that is the objective and one of the reasons why the private sector bought these vaccines, so it can support its employees and their families. Not everybody can support the families, no? And the kasambahays, but many others are trying to make that effort, especially now that Secretary Galvez has allowed us to take back these donations. No? So that increases the vaccines we have. But these donations are actually arriving still in February of 2022. But nevertheless, that assures us of continued supply of AstraZeneca vaccines. That's very critical. What I'm trying to say is because you really want to achieve herd immunity in your home. That's where you live. Now, in the workspaces, that's where we want to achieve herd immunity as well. No, so we don't need to wait for NCR Plus or in your case, Cebu, to hit herd immunity. You can achieve that with your own control. You have better control of your home. I have better control of my office space, my buildings, my factories. I can mandate that all my workers take the vaccine. And we will really put a lot of pressure that they will do it. And we see a lot of good outcomes, especially from people that we control. No? Our HR, our managers put the pressure and the importance of why they have to take the vaccines. So in the white-collar jobs, we are seeing as high as 90, 100%. No? Our building will be fully vaccinated. Maybe with just one or two that needs further convincing. With regards to their factories and buildings, okay, blue-collar jobs are maybe less, okay, and that's fair. But we are working hard to try to reach at least 80 to 90%. No? So if we are able to achieve this, then we create actually two bubbles, our home and the workspace. If you own a restaurant, try to vaccinate all your employees there. So you are able to protect your customers, whether a restaurant, a spa, a hotel, and so forth. No? So if we're able to do that in two areas, then the remaining portion is just the transport sector. No? How do we transport people from the home to the workplace safely? So then we are now working with the transport sector to allow what we call buses for vaccinated only. No? In other words, we want to secure that as the vaccinated people travel from their home to their workspaces and back, that there will be transportation that will be provided that is safe. And to be safe is stay with only vaccinated people. I'm not discriminating the unvaxxed, but the reality of which is that if you are altogether fully vaccinated, then the risk of infection is very, very much less. Not to say that there is no possibility because vaccinated people can still get infected, but the chances of which is far lower than mixing vaccinated and unvaxxed in one very tight space like a bus. So that is the concept of micro herd immunity. And with what we're doing and what the LGUs are doing, if we move forward, then we can accelerate the entire LGU or the entire city to reach herd immunity. be it 70, 80%. But under the Delta variant, you have to try to hit a higher percentage. The Delta variant is 1,000% higher in viral load, 6 times more transmissible than the previous Alpha variant and the previous original UN virus. Now. So this is really a very, very serious variant that can really sweep very fast. No? And you can see it in Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia. It's just so fast, even in America. No? So the next thing that we've discussed is that establishing a key principle of reciprocity. What I mean by reciprocity. So moving forward, and this is not now, no, we need to incentivize businesses that aim for full vaccination. In exchange, we can ask for increase in operating capacity. This first ask, which is something prospective. We cannot ask now to increase operating capacity with the threat of the Delta variant coming in. No? That will not be accepted, and that's too risky to do. What we do is continue to vaccinate for those who have control over their vaccines. Continue to vaccinate your employees. For those who don't have the vaccines, encourage your employees to go to the LGUs and secure these vaccines. Now, the second is we have to also incentivize the general public. And what does that mean? No? For those who have taken the vaccine, we have to increase mobility and their access to establishments, be restaurants, spas, parlors, and whatever. They should be given the right of access. No? For the unvaccinated, for the time being, until they take their vaccine, they shouldn't be limited in their access because the risk is very high for the unvaccinated. As you can see in all over the world, the unvaccinated has the greatest risk. A typical example is in America. There are some states that it's perfectly normal because the vaccine level, those vaccinated are very high. But in areas where there are a very dominant unvaccinated population, this is where the Delta variant is really creating havoc. And that is what you see and also in Asia as well. No? So the trust is really, we allow greater mobility to the vaccinated people and rightly so. And eventually, as we achieve herd immunity, there will be more of the unvaccinated that will be vaccinated, and that will eventually solve the problem. Now, if we're able to achieve 80 to 90%, then we can ease in all of these restrictions. We will be able to see that there will be definitely a downward trend in all of these cases. No, the vaccines really protect us from severe infection and hospitalization and death. No, the unvaccinated are totally open to all of these risks. So, in short, this is what we have presented to Sec Duque to give him. This is the framework that I believe that we should work with the IATF in working out different classifications of what is allowed and what is not allowed. But the basic principle is we develop these bubbles, or which I call herd immunities, and ensure that these bubbles are protected because this will be our defense. So as the bubbles grow in our own respective areas, in the micro areas that we control, be it workspaces and homes, and we increase that, then we create a huge bubble, no? That will be the entire defense, whether of our respective cities or in the entire Philippines, no? So that is how I look at it. And we have fully supported, going back to the objective of fourth quarter. The decision whether to lock down or not comes at a very crucial moment. Octa Research, basically Go Negosyo has secured the support and help of Octa Research, Dr. Ed Salvania, Dr. Solante, and Dr. Tony Lechon. These advisors, some of them are advisors of the IATF as well. And for data and data analytics, Octa Research have proven to be quite good. And they rely on DOH data, and they are able to translate it in a language that we can understand. And I've been advised that that the private sector should lock down while it's still early, that the variant is really moving up very fast. And if we lock down too late, then we will have to lock down longer, and this could affect our fourth quarter. So we have recommended and we have proposed to Secretary Duque that the private sector is going to support the 2-week lockdown that may be brought forward pretty soon. And the choice is, do we lock down on the fourth quarter or do we lock down on the third quarter? I am referring to basically NCR Plus. So Cebu, I guess if your cases are down and there's no surge, you have nothing to worry. But for the month of August, and everybody believes that things are so slow during August, and the rains are pouring here for the last 1 week. And this is the start of a very rainy August, and I think this will continue. So locking down at this point in time is the best time because we are already experiencing a lockdown because of that. If we're successfully, then we will not need another lockdown in the fourth quarter if we successfully do this one. The sooner we do it and the more effective the lockdown is, then it will suppress the transmission and maybe do a pause. God will push it lower, but we are just hoping that we are able to pause it so that we will be able to have a fourth quarter that is more vibrant for business. No, if we are not able to act soon, and you have just 2 remaining months before fourth quarter, then if this spills to the Christmas period, then that's it for many of our micro and small and medium-sized businesses who rely on the banks for their structuring, and many of them might not hit the finish line. And it will also affect the president's final days in his office. We'd like this administration to succeed, and this is an effort that I feel will be good for many people, and especially that going to be protecting the unvaccinated, because the unvaccinated will be at the highest risk when the Delta variant is all over this country. I mean, all over NCR Plus, and eventually can spill all over to the rest of the regions, which will be very dangerous, and many lives will be lost because the transmissibility of this variant is just so phenomenally strong and scary. And I've seen a lot of people who have it and they don't even know where they're getting it, because you can just pass by somebody with 2 seconds and he would have it already. So this is our position. Go Negosyo, together with we have consulted the major conglomerates and business organizations, and they feel that this is the best option that we take. We do it now. We do it correctly and fast. We don't stop inoculating and vaccinating our people. We request that the vaccinated employees be allowed mobility, and that we try to restrict the mobility of the unvaccinated, maybe just to go to work, but to refrain from doing other things that are risky for them, because we don't want the unvaccinated to get sick, because then the hospital capacities will move up again. No? And if I were to look at it, this technically is the pandemic of the unvaccinated, because you can see it everywhere that the vaccines do protect. It may not protect you from getting the infection itself, because not all vaccines are the same. Some have very high efficacies, like the mRNA and AstraZeneca, but some don't have that. But still, all vaccines will protect you from severe infection and death and severe hospitalization, and that's very important. And that's why we encourage that our employees must take this vaccine, because in the only solution to really total recovery is a health solution, the silver bullet, which is the vaccine that will solve the health problem, which solves the problem of our economy, and then we can open up much more. still with caution, but we can open up and save lives. And that is the solution of saving not only lives or livelihoods, but both. The silver bullet is the vaccine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, PA Joey Concepcion. We're truly honored to have you here with us today. Mabuhay po kayo. Before we start the next session, may I kindly ask everybody to turn on your camera. Everybody to turn on your camera and flash your widest smile and hold for around a minute. Okay. Ready na? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you everyone for your cooperation. At this point, it's very interesting to hear the reaction of our panelists and what can be our key takeaway in the message about resiliency. After this discussion, we will be opening the floor for some questions and answers. Friends, joining us as moderator for this afternoon's panel discussions and who will also help me introduce our enthusiastic panelists is the General Manager of the Alta Vista Golf and Country Club, Mr. Nimrod Quiñones.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mikey. So we move on to our panel discussions. We have 2 panel discussions scheduled this afternoon for this 2021 Entrepreneur Summit of the Cebu Business Month. And we will start with the first discussion. This will be on governance offerings and support to help the MSMEs rise, which means resilient, innovate, sustain, and empower forward, which is the theme of this year's Cebu Business Month, or Cebu Business Months, because we're doing it not only for the month of June, but for the whole year. It's a celebration as we try to survive this pandemic. So our panelists for this first panel discussion, the first one is, well, he doesn't really need much introduction, but he's the Vice Mayor in the City of Cebu from 2019 to the present, and at present our acting City Mayor, the National President of the Philippine Association of Voluntary Arbitration of from 2018 to 2020. And he's a former mayor of the City of Cebu from 2010 to June 30, 2016, and former chairman of the Visayas Regional Development Committee from 2010 to 2013. He's also a former member of the National Economic Development Authority Board and former chairman of the Regional Development Council, Region 7, from 2010 to 2013. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome, with a warm virtual applause, no less than the acting mayor of Cebu City, the Honorable Michael Lopez Rama. Mayor Mike. Is Mayor Mike Rama already? Okay, so I think we have a message that he is still attending a session. We have to wait for a moment. I think we'll move on to the other speakers for this panel while we're waiting for Acting City Mayor Mike Rama. So another panelist is Ms. Nanette Arbon, who is currently the Regional Director of the Department of Trade and Industry for Region 7. She has held various positions in all the 4 provinces of Central Visayas, first as Division Chief at DTI Negros Oriental, and subsequently as Provincial Director in the provinces of Siquijor, Bohol, and Cebu, and Assistant Regional Director of DTI 7. She has extensive experience in MSME and business ecosystem development. Innovation has been an underlying theme of her contributions to the department as she worked and thrived in the varied working landscapes of her career. One of her projects is the establishment of the first fabrication laboratory, or the Fab Lab, in the Philippines in 2014. Several spin-off programs have resulted from the Bohol Fab Lab initiative. The project has since been adopted in other locations around the country. Director Arbon is currently the national champion of Fab Labs in the Philippines. The Central Visayas Startup Ecosystem Development Program is her recent undertaking. Started in 2016 in Cebu, Director Arbon has been active in building the startup ecosystem in the region through various initiatives consistent with her advocacy to promote innovation and the growth of a new breed of MSMEs with 21st century skills. Working with local ecosystem players from brick and mortar enterprises to tech community builders, several initiatives have been undertaken under the banner of hashtag Cebu Innovation Island and hashtag Startup Island. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the Regional Director of the Department of Trade and Industry, Director Maria Elena Nanette C. Arbon.
Ngayong hapon.
Good afternoon, Net.
Yeah, hi Nimrod. No, long time no see.
Yeah, your audio is okay, so you may go ahead now.
Okay, so first of all, the topic is on government offerings and support, no? So basically, what we're doing these days is a combination of old programs that are still relevant today and also new programs that we have designed in response to the current realities nato. So one of these, like I call it essentials, are like our forays in agribusiness, because DTI is also into agribusiness. We are into one of our priorities, some of our priorities in agribusiness include coffee, cacao, and bamboo. And lately, we are also involved in coconut because of the PCA Cocoa Levy Fund. So we're also involved there. So with regards to this, we are looking at the entire value chain of coffee, cacao, bamboo, and we're also studying coconut recently lang. And supposed to be the role of DTI in these value chains is really on the market end of it. So we look at what products are made, we can sell made from cacao, for example, which is obviously chocolate. So we have been able to generate some entrepreneurs there and who are already selling chocolate. But the real problem in these sectors is really the production side, that's why we are also going back downstream in this value chain together with our partners, the Department of Agriculture, DNR, DOST, and all the other cooperatives in the value chain. We're looking at the production side because really our constraint now is there is not enough raw material to sustain our manufacturing processes. So in fact, we are going to do some investment promotion thing to encourage some people like our members at the Cebu Chamber who are looking at other investment prospects where they're waiting for the dust to settle from COVID, no? So they're looking at other opportunities. So we see a lot of opportunities for coffee, cacao, bamboo, and processing for coconut. Then we're going next week is the SME week. So we're going to launch 2 new programs next week. This is one is called DREAM. This is an acronym. This is a partnership with the Cebu Chamber and the DICT. DREAM is for digital freelance service entrepreneurs. So we are inviting entrepreneurs already doing freelance work in digital platforms and teach them, do mentoring with them, teach them how to grow their business, hire people instead of just them doing the freelancing work, getting contracts for themselves, but if they have entrepreneurial capacity, capability, and mentoring with chamber and other partners, then maybe they can expand their business and hire more people and get more contracts. So that is the dream program. Next week, we are also going to launch RISE. So this is, we coined it, we got it from the CBM. But our RISE means resilient, innovative, and sustainable enterprises. So basically, these are brick and mortar. It's a mix of brick and mortar and tech enabled, but basically brick and mortar. And we are working with academe here, like CITU, FINMA also. So providing mentoring and coaching to disrupted or distressed MSMEs that have been affected by COVID and who need to do some pivoting or some putting in some innovation in their processes so that they can, survive and thrive in the new normal. And of course, Startup Island has been there. This is for our startups. So we're continuing to do this this year also. So this is an annual thing. For our brick and mortar, which DTI has been doing a lot with brick and mortar, our Kapatid Mentor Me program is still there. So this year we have two batches for this year, 2 or 3 batches for this year for Kapatid Mentor Me. And then we are also hand-holding our MSMEs, like as Yusek of NEDA earlier presented. The new normal has also brought in a new breed or kind of consumer, new behavior, new needs. So most of our MSMEs before were actually serving or part of the tourism value chain. They were in the pasalubong side of the tourism value chain. When that market was disrupted, so that market essentially disappeared for a lot of our MSMEs. So right now we're doing product development for them so that they can pivot using the same skills that they have. They can come up with new products that are more relevant to the current needs of our target market. So that's product development. And of course, we're hand-holding our MSMEs in digital marketing. So a lot of them are actually already have their Facebook pages, they're in platforms, and we're doing a lot of programs with them regarding e-commerce and digital marketing. So I guess that's it for now for DTI in the sense of the programs that we're doing for MSMEs during this time. Nakamute ka, Nim.
Okay. Thank you, Director Nanette. And I love the term hand-holding. And thank you, DTI, also for your continued efforts. For those who have questions, you can ask them later on when we have the Q&A portion. So let me move to the second panelist. He is the OIC Chief of Technical Operations Division of the Department of Science and Technology for Region 7. Food microbiologist, food safety and quality consultant, and national trainer of the DOST Food Safety Program. He completed his Masters of Science in Environmental Health and Management at the Massey University in New Zealand. Certified HACCP Food Safety Instructor by the UK Chartered Institute for Environmental Health, and a Certified Instructor Proctor Manager, United States NRAEF ServSafe Food Protection Program. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a virtual round of applause as we welcome the OIC ARD for Technical Operations of the OST 7, Brian Ibanez.
Good afternoon, Sir Nimrod and everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your audio is okay, so you may now proceed.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So, thank you for inviting us, the Department of Science and Technology. We have a lot of programs for the MSMEs. Let me show you what our core program that is intended for our MSMEs in the countryside. So let me show you this very quick video before I present my main presentation.
The Small Enterprise Technology Upgrading Program, S&T Innovation for the Philippine Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises. MSMEs play a critical role in our economic development, from job generation to domestic and international economic activities. They span the whole gamut of economic activity. The vital role of MSMEs is recognized, and so are their needs. SMEs need advanced technology, human resource development, capital, markets, facilities for product improvement, raw materials, value-added information, and better transport facilities. The DOST implements SETUP. It is a comprehensive package of assistance for MSMEs to enhance their operations, productivity, and competitiveness. The program focuses assistance on the following priority sectors: food, agriculture, information and communications technology, metals and engineering, furniture, marine and aquaculture, gifts, decors and housewares, and health and pharmaceuticals.
All right, so I hope you saw that video, and we are actually referring to our main core program in the country. We call as the Small Enterprise Technology Upgrading Program, specially intended for the micro and small enterprises. So this program has been in existence since year 2002 and has been accomplishing a lot of outputs through the years. And we are still doing this now, and we are inviting everyone to avail of this program. I think we still have a lot of funding, as our partners here have known. So, okay. So that's our setup program. So what are the key assistance that our beneficiaries can get from this program? Wait for a while. Can you still see my shared screen, sir? Let me check. Okay. So here, so what you can get from this program is, first, you will be able to get our innovation funding. So for the technology and equipment that you are going to avail. And then second, you are going to also avail of our technology needs assessment, culminating in a TNA report, which is the document that will prove that is the technology that you actually need. So it's a science-based activity and documentation. And you're also going to enjoy our laboratory and testing services. Under this program, we also have consultancy services, our training courses. Okay, through right now, we are doing a couple of webinars, packaging and labeling assistance. Also, in order to improve your products and process, we have coaching assistance for your companies enjoying this project. We also have value chain development, and of course, networking and linkages. Very important in the promotion and in marketing their products. All right. So, what are the other key features of this program? So, speaking about funding, if the amount of the technology funding that you are going to qualify is 3 million and below, the approval of that is through our regional director here in Region 7, DOST 7. And if the amount is higher than 3 million, then it requires approval from our DOST Undersecretary and the DOST Secretary. So who are eligible to this program? So this is specifically for Filipino-owned businesses based in the Philippines. And all MSMEs belonging to the priority sectors earlier mentioned in the video, food, furniture, and so on. Okay, and they have verified and validated technological concerns. through our technology needs assessment, and they are also duly registered enterprises in the country. Okay, and then some few requirements for this program, especially if you want to avail of this innovation system support project. So it always requires the crafting of a project proposal, which our technical team here in the DOST is going to assist the applicants. And then another important requirement are the permits and licenses, certificate of registration, financial statements, and then, if applicable, board resolution authorizing the availment of this setup assistance. And also, very important, quotation from your fabricators or suppliers of the equipment that you need. Okay, so it is very easy. The requirements are just very easy to get, and we are going to help you in procuring those documents, especially for the project proposal development, which requires a lot of technical expertise. We have people to help you on that, sitting side by side or doing a write-shop with the prospective beneficiaries. So here, I'd like to summarize my presentation. Here on the left side, as I mentioned, the setup program, our core program for the countryside development for entrepreneurs, involves the provision of setup innovation funding, and as well as packaging and labeling, laboratory services, technology training courses. We always offer that here. I think we have it here every other week. Our training courses are also, we'd like to acknowledge that it is in partnership with our, through the years, partner, the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and other partners. We also have, through the setup program, we also have consultancy in food safety, in MPEX and Cape productivity studies, energy audit, cleaner production, and a lot more. And we also have our facility, the Food Product Development Food Innovation Center, situated at the Cebu Institute of Technology University, our partner here. And we also have our one-store program and our Materials Innovation Center partner. So this is the setup, and we still have a lot of funding for this and assistance available. So please avail of this. You can find it in our website, which I'm going to show you later, or you can also ask that during the open forum. I'd like to mention also our key important program that is specifically for the communities, those which are not yet established businesses in the provinces. We have a program entitled Community Empowerment Through Science and Technology, and the CES program. So the component of this program are the livelihood and economic enterprise development. We also have assistance on health and nutrition. We have water and sanitation projects, basic education and literacy, KSNT education, especially the DOST scholarships, which has been going on every year nationwide, especially those which are going to avail of a science and technology course in college. And DOST has a scholarship program, the premier SNT scholarship in the country. Through the CES program as well, we have the disaster risk reduction management. And then lastly, we also have our grants in aid program to build institutions. And this is actually the source for the funding for the CES program. We have capability building support to industry associations and clusters, and support to the setup program. And I would like to highlight the technical assistance and funding for research and development. So the regional offices of DOST and provincial offices is now entertaining project proposals to support research and development in different institutions. And if you want more information about this, you can always visit our website and contact our office for more information. So that's it. Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, OIC ARD Brian Ibanez of the Department of Science and Technology, Region 7. We already, our next speaker was actually introduced earlier but he was just in a very important meeting. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the acting mayor of the city of Cebu, Mayor Michael Lopez Rama. Mayor Mike. Okay, can we have the acting city mayor now? Well, I think we're having some technical difficulties. So, okay, so we will just first proceed with our program as we sort out those problems at City Hall with regards to their connection, of course, to our panel discussion. So I'll hand you over back to our host for this afternoon, Miss Mikey Morado. Mikey.
Thank you so much, Sir Nimrod. For our audience, our open forum and the question and answer portion will follow after the presentation of our second set of panelists. So please stay tuned. I know you will agree with me that all of us are very eager to return to some resemblance of normalcy. Our harrowing experience the past year is a unique opportunity to reset people's expectations about many aspects of society. Our next speaker will share with us how we can turn this crisis into opportunity for stronger and building better normal. We have this afternoon Superman with a massive experience in telecommunications, real estate, healthcare insurance, and the oil industry. And what makes him Superman? He leads a group of managers who manage more than 1,500 enterprise clients from different sectors in Cebu. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the Business Unit Head of PLDT Enterprise in Central Visayas, Mr. Kent de la Calzada.
Good afternoon, Mikey. Thank you very much for that very generous introduction. Yeah. Good afternoon, Nimrod, my favorite GM. I would have wanted to see you somewhere in the greens. Let me just share my screen. Okay, are you seeing my screen now? Is the audio okay? Mikey?
Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen of the Cebu Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to participate in your CBM 2021 Entrepreneurs Summit. I've been asked to talk about resilience, particularly the topic Adapt or Die, turning crisis into opportunity for stronger and building better normal. Coincidentally, this topic, Adapt or Die, is fitting for the story of PLDT and Smart. As such was the message by our dear chairman, Manuel Pangilinan, in one of his addresses a few years back. He may have said it differently. To quote, he said, it's either we pivot or we perish, but the intent is the same. So let me tell you about PLDT and Smart's journey, our highs and lows, our turnaround story, in the hope that we can share some insights, lessons about resilience, about adaptability and change and overcoming challenges amidst adversity. So not so long ago, there was a time when we literally thought that we were on top of the mountain. Revenues and stock prices are all-time high, 6 to 8 months additional bonus. We were the most valuable company in the Philippine Stock Exchange, and our wireless business, both Smart and Sun combined, captured 65% market share of the mobile industry.
So for us, we seem to be doing so well, we continue to do the same things, investing in token technology that kept us successful all these years. But in an instant, there was a sudden shift in consumer demand. Nobody was using voice and text anymore. New trend was to communicate through Viber, WhatsApp, Messenger, uh, and other OTT players. And revenues from voice and text started to decline. All of a sudden, 60% of our main business was at risk because nobody wants to use it anymore. So our chairman said, it's either we pivot or we perish. Those were his bold words. No? He foresaw the need to future-proof PLDT, to go digital. No. What is this digital all about? Digitalization, digital transformation. The good Undersecretary De Leon mentioned it about earlier. Mr. Roderick Danao of PWG also mentioned it. So they said that this is a much needed tool for us to work in a new normal. So in our case, the transformation, we went with that transformation, and as our chairman had described it, he said it will be painful. It's like changing the tires while the car is running. So we started implementing changes, beginning with top-level organization, with the retirement of our then president, Napoleon Nazareno, who is a Cebuano. Our then chairman took over the reign and became chairman, president, and CEO at the same time. Then he just recently stepped down as president and CEO, handing over the reins to his most trusted lieutenant, Mr. Alpanlilo, while MVP continues to oversee the company as our chairman. And then we had a symbolic change in our name. We, by the way, are no longer called Philippine Long Distance Telecom Company, but simply PLDT Inc., as majority of our revenues do not come from long distance charges anymore. And then we also had, among others, a change in our vision, our mission, our company values, as well as our company culture. We even had to change our logos, not only for PLDT, but even for our subsidiary Smart, just to symbolically show not only to the public, but more so our employees that we in PLDT are just one. We heavily invested in our network, 300 billion over the last 5 years, and we placed our bet on fiber. Today, it's already nearing 525,000 kilometers, and we also fortified our wireless network. We've invested and focused on new technologies, 4G, LTE, and recently 5G. Part of our digital transformation, we made conscious effort in using digital services, Office 365, cloud services, cybersecurity, and the like. And also part of our transformation, this also included, among others, the painful initiative of letting go of people who couldn't adapt. So fast forward to today, because of the initiatives that started 5 years ago, we are one of the fortunate few that thrived this pandemic. Full year results are out, and consolidated service revenues in 2020 are highest in history. We've gained more subscribers, more customers than ever before, and our network's performance have been deemed best in class as validated by independent research firms, OpenSignal, Tutela, Ookla, and the like. We are now even benchmarking ourselves not only against local players, but against regional competitors in the ASEAN region. We acknowledge, of course, that there are still issues, customer complaints. We are far from perfect, and work still needs to be done. But massive efforts, as well as resources, are put in place to make things right. One of the key initiatives of our top management is really on customer experience. So while 2020 was our breakthrough year as a company, it also was the year our resilience got tested. In 2020, we shifted to work from home and started to use heavily digital platforms. Had we not shifted our focus, had we not made investments in digital, had we not transformed digitally, it would have been very difficult for us to operate and collaborate well as a company amidst the pandemic. No. So if there's a positive thing this pandemic has brought, I would have to say it accelerated all of us to embrace digitalization and adopt the new ways of working. What management would have expected to achieve in 2 years, we've done it in 2 months. Through digital technologies, it allowed us to work better, faster, more efficient, even without having to see each other face to face. We certainly did not anticipate this pandemic 5 years ago when we started our digital transformation program. But I couldn't imagine what would it be like had we not pivoted. No, we would have been wiped out by today. Again, pivot or perish. Luckily, fortune comes to those who are prepared. And PLDT being the early adopters of technology, it allowed us to be in a position to benefit from this pandemic due to the high demand for connectivity, technology, and digital services. Ladies and gentlemen, I know there are still a lot of businesses out there who are still struggling as we are still in a pandemic. I know this not only from the point of view of a PLDT employee, but also from a point of view of a son whose parents' business are still struggling to survive this pandemic. My mom owns a small catering service called Cocina Calza, and at the height of the pandemic, about the same time last year, where gatherings are still restricted, our income was practically zero. And by the way, this was also the time when we lost our father, because of COVID. When the economy started to open up late last year, we also decided to open up a small takeout counter. With no experience, with less resources, still grieving from the loss of our father. But, honestly, we needed to survive. So we opened up a store, and to our surprise, the reception was quite overwhelming, as we did not expect that there are regular customers of ours craving for our dishes. In their words, they said they don't have to wait for occasions to have their favorite Cocina Calza lasagna, which is our best seller. They can already have it any day or every day. So 5 months into our operation, we opened another branch in the city nearby. So again, that's another story of pivot or perish. So before I end, let me leave you with 3 key takeaways. Change is the only constant thing in this world. And should change happen, strategies change when circumstances change. In the case of PLDT and Smart, we did it through digital transformation, embracing digital services. And lastly, let me leave you with a quote by Charles Darwin, the British scientist who developed the theory of evolution. He said, "It is not the strongest of the species nor the most intellectual that will survive, but it is the one that is most responsive to change." My dear friends, let us not let this pandemic run our lives. We Cebuanos have been known to be very resilient. We've been through several adversities in the past. The best way really is to be able to adapt to the changing times. Again, pivot or perish. I wish you all the best of health, stay safe, and may God bless you all. Back to you, Mikey.
Thank you so much for that super presentation, Sir Ken. Mabuhay po kayo. Once again, may I call on Mr. Nimrod Quinones to welcome our next panelist.
Thank you very much, Mikey, and thank you also, Ken. I'm a customer of your takeout counter. So, ladies and gentlemen, earlier we have fully introduced him already. So, the acting mayor of the city of Cebu, Mayor Michael Rama, is now available to give us his talk. Mayor Mike, good afternoon.
Good. Ayong hapon.
Maayong hapon, Mayor Mike. Your audio is okay, so you may now take it away.
Are we all Cebuanos, Tagalog, English, or from archipelagic setting? Nimrod?
This is a combination, Mayor Mike, but mostly from Cebu. But we do have people from other parts of the country who are with us this afternoon.
That's why I want to be very sure. But anyway, let me congratulate the Chamber of Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry under the able stewardship of our very good friend of the city government in times of joy, in times of trouble, in times where the need demands, and that is the Chamber, the private sector, led by President Mr. Felix Tagyam and its other officers. Yes, Cebu Business Month has always influenced trends and guided business in their future. I've been in government for 26, by next year, 27. And I've always been helping, cooperating while I was the vice mayor. Then I have become the mayor. Now I am the vice mayor, but likewise, I refer myself as the EAM. So with Don Ontiveros as the EABM. What does it mean? I am an extended acting mayor, and Don, the councilor, likewise is the extended acting vice mayor. So I am talking as the acting mayor of the city of Cebu. Our city, being known to be the center for trade since history time, or from Adam, and has not only driven the trend, but also kept our industries and business diversified. Notwithstanding the challenge, even up to now, we are again being challenged by this pandemic, but we are very optimistic. I just came from the council and I asked them that we should be confronting all the challenges before us together, because I always believe that together we can make things happen. The resiliency in the people and the business community as well will always bring us to handle and manage this pandemic. Many sectors suffered, like tourism, some sectors like the uptrending ICT, BPM industries have helped keep our people afloat. Once again, our resiliency is being tested. Forums like this can help the different business support each other to improve complementation, strengthen the business chain, and make the community more sustainable and resilient. Once again, I would like to congratulate all who are here in this dashboard, and wishing that we will be praying for our country amid that we are again into this challenging period. But I would wish that we can balance economic and health. Let's just have everybody to be conscious that vaccination is the way to liberation. And God is here. Have no fear. Vaccine is here. So ladies and gentlemen, we the leaders in government will always be around, as we have been telling them, as one of my philosophy or advocacy. The private people-driven governance is the key to sustainability. Government is people, people is government, and let's work as one. When we are one, we will never be divided. We will surely be united, and we will be one in addressing this pandemic. We will be one in promoting our vaccination, and we should act as one Cebu Island. Daghang salamat, mayong hapon kaninyong tanan. May God bless all of you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Michael Rama, and thank you also for taking the cudgels and leading our city in this very difficult time. So we proceed with another speaker. The next speaker is the top guy of Cebu Landmasters Incorporated. He's the chairman and CEO. Prior to establishing Cebu Landmasters in 2003, he worked for the Ayala Group of Companies for over 23 years. His experience included various stints with Ayala Investment, Bank of the Philippine Islands, and Ayala Land Incorporated. He was part of the pioneering group that established Cebu Holdings, the Ayala Land subsidiary in Cebu City, where he led various vertical and horizontal developments and played an integral part in the development of both the Cebu Business Park and the Cebu Asia Town IT Park. Urban redevelopments that have proven vital to Cebu's economic present and future. He rose through the ranks to become Senior Division Manager at Ayala Land and Vice President of Cebu Holdings. He brings not only his extensive real estate development experience to Cebu Landmasters, but also his passion to positively impact cities and communities through masterfully planned and executed developments. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the Chairman and CEO of Cebu Landmasters Incorporated, Mr. Jose Joe Soberano III. Good afternoon, Joe.
Good afternoon, Nemrod.
Yes, Joe, I can hear you quite well, so please take it away.
Thank you for that introduction. It might be longer than what I am about to say this afternoon, but thank you for that reminder of where I came from. Yes, from the Ayala Group. And can you imagine, since my retirement in 2000, it's been over 20 years, no? And I'm just so happy that we're all still around, no, despite this pandemic. And I'm very thankful to Cebu Chamber, and I congratulate all of you for always holding very successfully this CBM, this business month. And as you mentioned earlier, it's actually business months because it's a year-round activity. And of course, to congratulate the president, my good friend Felix Tagyam. No? So I'm here to speak a little and share with you of what Cebu Landmasters is doing during this time, no? And how to become resilient and how to adapt to the difficult times. I think we just have to base it on a very important premise on where we are as a company, no? Basically, being customer-centric is why we are built this way, no? To deliver more importantly to our customers. So it's basically empowering the customers, no? Meaning to say, to make it easy for them to go to you, to buy your products. So not just about real estate, it could be in all other businesses. So in this pandemic, we've heard it zillions of times that the way to connect to people is really digitally. And we're taking advantage of it. not too much of the face-to-face. Even right now, as we do our Zoom meetings, we have taken the situation to the hilt, no? And because of that, we in Cebulan Masters created our own customer service department, principally to be able to service in the best way possible, make it easier for them, no, to be connected with us. So again, it is not about real estate. It's applicable to all other businesses, and it's important for us, no, that the facility of providing your products in the best way possible, no, even a matter of pricing. We may have to see how much more we can make it more attractive to them. The available credit is, of course, advantageous to a lot of us and also to our buyers. And we should be able to assist them on that. Even the mode of payments, no, and things like this. There's so much of the creativity that you can do. Now, the other thing I'd like to share with you is what we can do really. Why are we doing all this? No, as businessmen as we are, I think it boils down to what we want to contribute. No, I think the bottom line is really on how to make this world a better place to live in. Right. So, in my own small way, I have this opportunity to create homes. During this time, it has become a PPE of sort, no? And I am very pleasantly surprised and welcome the opportunity that that my last year performance in terms of delivering homes, no, has been enhanced. In fact, no, because more and more people would want to protect themselves. More and more, they want to make sure that the members of the family are safe and sound. And so they are in a lookout for good homes, both horizontally and vertically. So that to me is a very important objective that you could take. In what way, no, can we become a better community partner, no, in extending our own share in making this world a better place to live in? So you put a lot of extras in it. That's what I do. It's not anymore a secret. In the best way possible, put a lot more of the amenities in it. Put more of the open spaces. The best architectural features. Of course, we have to look at our bottom line, but it has to be attractive enough that it would interest a bigger portion of your target market. And the other thing is that to make things as inclusive as possible. To me as a developer, while I go across all market segments, I also do not forget about the socialized housing portion, on even the matter of providing our own little contribution, no, for the informal members of our society. No, that's why a few months ago we were fortunate enough, given the opportunity to donate a tenement housing to the city, and we'd like to. We were hoping that this could be replicated by all other developers, because we know our friends out there, especially those may not have the best opportunities in life, would want to have a home for themselves. So I also look forward to duplicating this in other areas. No, if it can be something that I could afford and also share at the same time to people who are in need. So these are just the two things I'm sharing: to empower our customers, and number two, to contribute to make this world a better place to live in. Daghang kayong salamat.
Daghang salamat, Mr. Joe Soberano, one of our idol entrepreneurs here in Cebu, and of course, former Entrepreneur of the Year awardee. Thank you, Joe, for sharing your time with us. So we move on to is the founder and CEO of, of course, Cebu's very own and our favorite Bose Coffee. He took executive programs at the London Business School, Wharton School of Business and Entrepreneur Master's Program at MIT. He's the regional chairman of Asia Pacific Region of Entrepreneurs Organization, and also another Entrepreneur of the Year awardee in the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry Grand Chamber Awards. I am proud to have graduated from high school on the same year as this guy. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Executive Officer of Bose Coffee, Mr. Steve Benitez. Steve, good afternoon.
Maayong hapon sa imo, Nimrod. Thank you very much. Nice to see you here.
Yeah, good to see you again. Okay, Steve, your audio is okay, so you take it away.
It's been a long time since I see some very familiar faces here, so I'd like to greet everyone. Good afternoon. Hi, Noy. And thank you, CCI, for this opportunity to share a little bit of what I have in mind and a little bit of our journey in Bose Coffee amidst all of this crisis. Thank you very much. Maayong hapon sa inyong tanan. So I'd like to start off by just stating some data. Data shows from Euromonitor that the industry I'm part of, which is the F&B, has backtracked 5 years. In other words, the sales we have in 2020 was the sales we had in 2016. So we all suffered. I know a lot of my peers in the industry are really in bad shape. Some are just merely surviving, but others unfortunately had to close shop. And that's how bad it was. 5 years were all put back 5 years. And the data also shows that for the F&B industry, it will take another 5 years to bring us back to 2019 level. So between now and 2024, it's going to be a tough time for the F&B sector, which I'm part of. And we all know that because there's lockdown, people don't go out, people don't socialize in restaurants or coffee shops. People are not going to work. So new habits are formed. And every now and then we have seen that the situation is very volatile, very liquid. Anything can happen in just a matter of time. So right now we are looking at pending lockdown because of the Delta surge. And I hope that this thing doesn't really go out of control because we know what happened to India and Indonesia. And so I'm really looking forward for the government to really put on all the measures to stop this surge immediately. So having said that, it is tough times. We cannot predict. Entrepreneurs and business people really thrive under the environment of predictability and certainty. And if we can predict and things are uncertain, it really puts it puts us off balance a little bit. And this is the time I think that business owners, restaurateurs, or entrepreneurs really have to rise from just being that to being leaders of their organization. And what I mean by being leaders of an organization is really to be able to balance between what is good for the business and what is good for the people who are part of that business. I've seen a situation last year when the lockdown happened. It was panic time. People were not prepared for that kind of a situation. But again, as a entrepreneur, and I guess this is when I say we have to transform ourselves to become leaders of our organization. That means we have to be able to empathize with the people who work with us. We have to be able to be agile, flexible, and innovative at the same time. Right? What do I mean by that? When I say agile, we should be as leaders in our organization. We should be able to make really quick decisions because every every day that we delay some situations, something suffers within the business, and our people suffer as well. So we have to be able to steer the ship to safety amidst all of this turmoil very quickly. That's what agility means. And when I talk about innovative leadership, that means as leaders in our businesses and organization, we have to be forward-looking leaders, leaders who can see beyond the cloud, right, and see the light beyond that. As leaders, we have to be able to communicate hope to our employees, because our employees really look forward to us as leaders in our organization. If our employees see us panicking, that will really put all of our employees to a panic mode. So these are qualities of leaders that all of us as business people should transform to. And having heard Ken talk about pivoting and innovation in PLDT, and as well as Mr. Soberano, one of my idols in the industry, in the business world, admire how he has steered his company to great success. We have to adapt and embrace digital transformation. That is something that is not going to go away after COVID. I have some friends or business friends who said, "No, just wait this out. Anyway, once this COVID is gone, things will go back to normal." I don't believe so. I believe that the digital economy will continue to grow. It is the biggest growth area of our industry, and it's here to stay. And I will show you some data to prove that. But as leaders, again, I said, we should be able to expand to new markets. We should be able to improve digital capabilities of our businesses. And finally, we should be able to adapt to a new business model. Like a coffee shop, who would have ever thought that people now buy coffee without having to go to coffee shops? That is something I could never think about maybe 5 years ago, because the success of coffee shops is born out of coffee being a social beverage. People gather in coffee shops to socialize, to mingle, to get out there, or just read or be out there and socialize. But so when that was stopped by COVID, all of those things that made coffee shops successful stopped. But does it mean that we have to stop doing business? Or no, I don't think so. We have to evolve and adjust to the new habits. So I'd like to just end this, because I want to keep my time of 5 minutes. When I talk about digital transformation, it is something that is really attractive to me. And you know why? Just to share you some information. In our region, Southeast Asia, last year, 70% of our region's population is now online. 70% out of 560 million people are now online. And out of that 70%, 40 million new users were created in just 1 year. 40 million new users. And one out of those three in the Philippines, 37% of the users of internet are all new users. And this is the good news for us, because out of those new users, 54% of those are outside the metro areas. So in the provinces, a lot of new users. Just looking at that data will give you a very good sense of great opportunities awaiting out there. So I am really bullish about that. The top 5 industries for digital adaptation are finance, education, groceries, food deliveries, and video streaming. So to close this, the Philippines' internet economy is projected to grow 5 times in 5 years. So currently, our internet economy in the Philippines is $4 billion US. In 5 years, it will grow to $28 billion US. Still small, because that's only the 5th biggest in Southeast Asia. But still, that's 5x growth. And that's the opportunity that everyone can really pivot to, right? And another good news is that 9 out of 10 who are using right now say that they will continue using the internet even beyond COVID. So those who are buying food online will continue to buy food online. Those who are buying grocery will continue. 9 out of 10 of them will continue to do digital. And finally, to end this, the topic is about resiliency. For me, resiliency in crisis mean two things. Number one, resiliency in crisis is that crisis is a great equalizer. So as entrepreneurs, everybody had to restart, everybody had to reboot. And this is a great equalizer for everyone. We all start from zero again. And there's a saying, don't put a good crisis to waste. Right? And the second is, a crisis also is a great revealer. It reveals who we really are. So if we are leaders, it will reveal that we are leaders, not only in our businesses, but we're leaders in our community, or in the community that we live in. So those are 2 points that I just like to point out regarding resiliency in crisis. Before I end, I'd just like to show you a video of the things we did as part of our innovation in Bose. Please bear with me. Can everybody see my screen? Nimrod, can you see it?
Yes, you can see it, sir.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, Steve. Yeah.
This is two things that we did to pivot. That's our newest pivot, which is purely a digital brand. And finally, just a 30-second video. This is also something that we put up with a couple of friends of mine to promote Philippine coffee. This is just a short video. Hold on. Can you guys see? What can you see? Nimrod, what can you see
Still a blank screen.
There, can you see this?
Okay, yeah, I can see it. I can see it now.
Steve, no audio.
Thank you, Nimrod. So that one is not just promoting, that's generally promoting Philippine coffee for all brands in the Philippines. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Steve Benitez. And thank you also because your coffee is powering our resilience. Every time we have coffee, we're awake wherever we are working. Of course, I still have, I love the Mount Apple blend, which is my favorite in your coffee shops. Okay, Steve, thank you very much again. So, our next panelist is the President and Director of Duros Group of Companies, a robust family enterprise comprising of construction, real estate, trading, food, agribusiness. They also have a golf course and a foundation. She's a certified public accountant who combines sharp business acumen with unwavering faith. She is chair of the Divine Life Institute of Cebu, as well as the vice president for the Visayas of the Sangguniang Laiko ng Pilipinas. She serves several positions in the church, including as chair of the Commission on the Laity of the Archdiocese of Cebu. Our speaker is a recipient of several awards, such as the Most Inspiring Woman Entrepreneur, given by the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry in the year 2018. She was named the Most Outstanding Alumni by the Don Andres Soriano National High School. Her special ministry on drug rehabilitation earned her a national award for Hometown Hero for 2020 by the Benito and Catalina Yap Foundation. Our speaker is married to businessman and builder Rafaelito, or some guy who we always call as Lito, the very friendly friend of ours in the golf community. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for a virtual applause as we welcome the Chief Operations Officer of Duros Land Properties Incorporated, Ms. Fe M. Barino. Fe, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Emerald. Can you hear me?
Yes, Fe, I can hear you, so you may now take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much to the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry for inviting me to speak in this prestigious business conference. I am truly honored by your invitation. Well, like many, we were apprehensive at the start of the pandemic. Nahadlok yun me, not just for our business, but for the many people who work with us, especially in the construction industry. But the experience of the uncertainties during the pandemic for more than a year has brought me to two important realizations that I really would like to share this with you today. First, it is the importance of stewardship. My husband, Lito, and I have always seen ourselves as stewards of our businesses and the people who work with us. At the start of the pandemic, we decided to release our retirement funds and make these available to our workers. We retired our workers so that they would also be able to enjoy their length of service benefits and prepare for what lay ahead. Even my husband, Lito, and I were retired. Nobody knew what the future held for us at the start of the quarantine restrictions. And with the money, our workers had the resources to help with the uncertainties. In fact, daghang na milyonaryo sa mga empleyado, labi na gitong lugay na sa trabaho. We closed for 2 months, but when we reopened, we rehired them. They were so grateful for what the company did. In fact, a newspaper reporter who interviewed me once described this as beating the pandemic with compassion. We also trained project employees through our Duros Academy program. We housed construction workers who were locked down in project sites, gave them values formation sessions and skills training. We see to it that each worker was trained in a minimum of 3 to 5 skills, from masonry to electrical to plumbing, painting, carpentry, and others. And when they returned to work, they were now multi-skilled workers able to do more than one job ug mas dako na ilang kita. In fact, some of them have grouped themselves and became small contractors on Pacquiao basis for our housing projects. More than just compassion, however, the company benefits by investing in our people. They became more motivated and productive. The second important realization is how the challenges of dealing with pandemic allowed us the opportunity to rethink, reconfigure, and redefine our strategies. The lockdown gave us time to reflect on our business strategies and to appreciate the beauty of where we are in Liloan. The building we constructed to become a retirement home in Liloan, we reconfigured it for an active lifestyle. we realized that there are a lot of things we can do where we are right now, here in Iloan, just as long as you have a strong internet connection. People can now work from anywhere. Even the golf course that we are building as a refuge from the hustle and bustle of city life, we now realize that it can be an important part of a healthy and active living. Here, you can work and then play golf, all part of your active day. So pwede ra gyud ay ta makatrabaho, we can still work even in the golf course. In certain segments, real estate is actually picking up, especially for lot-only packages. We have been able to capitalize on this because of our continued rethinking and responding to the demand of families who wants to live outside of the city, especially during the height of pandemic. People are coming to the rural areas like here in our place to look for places to live, to relocate for fear of pandemic. I am sure that all of us agree that this has been a challenging time for all of us. And we should never lose faith. I believe that God has given us wisdom to understand what's happening right now and to respond in a more creative, innovative way in whatever kind of business you are in and wherever you are situated. And as stewards of our respective businesses and people, we must remember that we are a community of people who need each other. That's why it's very important to think of our people working with us. And to recover and to thrive, we just need to look around and appreciate what we have. These are God's gift for you, for all of us to treasure. And by God's grace, success is just around the corner. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Feb Barino. Thank you very much also for sharing with us and the business community as to what you have done to help, especially your employees during this crisis. So we now proceed with the question and answer portion of our panel discussions. If you have noticed, we merged the two panel discussions to save on time and also to adjust our program due to some minor delays. So let us start the panel discussion. Is City Mayor still around? As he would call himself as the extended acting mayor. Is Mayor Mike still around, or has he already gone back to his meeting? Okay. Well, anyway, this was probably answered earlier during the talks. One of the questions asked is, what are these programs that government has prepared for the business community to help our MSMEs? So I think Director Nanette mentioned some programs earlier. Maybe Director Nanette can direct our participants to a website or somewhere where they could access these programs or get more information about them. Director Nanette?
Yes, we have DTI Region 7, Central Visayas, Facebook. So all our programs are there, the webinars that we are scheduling, all that stuff it's all in the Facebook. We all and there are links there where you can register. So yeah, so please follow our Facebook, DTI Region 7 Central Visayas na Facebook.
Okay, so that's very convenient. All you need is a Facebook account and then follow the DTI Region 7 Facebook account, and you could access all these government programs.
Yeah, and then you can message
ARD Brian rather.
Hi, sir. Yes.
Okay, Director Nanette, you were saying something?
It's also easy to
Yeah.
message us if you have a question.
For DOST7, you mentioned earlier there are programs.
Yes, sir, Nimrod. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay.
As mentioned by RD Nanette, also we are working hand in hand with our programs, no, with the DTI and other government agencies to help the industry. So actually, in relation to the programs, we continue to promote our small enterprises technology upgrading program, as I presented earlier. And the good thing with this, no, despite whether there is pandemic or no pandemic, we continue to promote the program, and we prioritize the micro and small enterprises because they are the ones really needing the support of the government. So what they're going to receive from the program, from the setup, are technology and including trainings and coaching and consultancy on how to build the technology to support the business. So, for example, they are going to venture into food processing, or dried fruit, for example, and so on. So they would be able to avail of our technology assistance through funding of the equipment. So instead of buying it themselves, and I know it is very costly from the point of view of the business. So which means the resources, instead of purchasing those equipment, can be invested in those other resources, such as the raw materials. No? So that will be very good for them, even in a small way, in small scale. So, and through that program, not just the technology and funding ang ato ang gi-promote nila, no, but also the continued sustainability of the business through our coaching and consultancy and trainings that are offered to them for free. Okay, so they can just browse again, no? Similar also to RD Nanette, no, that we also have our website, the government agencies, and they can just print there the forms and the requirements, no, so that they can easily access. Otherwise, they can always visit our office or call us. I actually put our number, our telephone numbers and email ad in the chat box. But we are also very accessible through our DOST7 Facebook account. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Nimrod, can I
Okay,
ask?
thank you very much. So if you want to get in touch with DTI and DOST7, you can only just open your Facebook and then look for their pages. Of course, the Fab Labs of Director Nanette have been, they actually had a lead role when the pandemic started, right, Director Nanette? Because I remember the early face shields that we were using were made in the Fab Labs.
Were fabricated there. So we actually all the Fab Labs in the Philippines actually went into that. So I think within 2 months, we started around March, and by May, we were able to produce like 70,000, 80,000 PPEs, face shields. But I would like to also add on regarding how to access DTI. We also have our negosyo centers. So our negosyo centers are all over the place. There are 66 negosyo centers all over Region 7. In Cebu, there are around mga 37, if I'm not mistaken. So these are all in the LGUs, in the municipalities. So you also have access to DTI through those access points. And yeah, Fab Labs are inside the schools. So right now, limited, but we are opening up more Fab Labs. Bohol just opened another one, and we'll be talking to an institution here for another one also in Cebu. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Nanette. And of course, those are ways to access the programs of these government agencies. And I'm sure the other agencies also have their own Facebook pages for our entrepreneurs and all people in the business community, even the employees, to be able to avail of them and enjoy what benefits our government is giving its citizens. So we also have a question, although they mentioned this earlier, to our entrepreneurs, Joe, Steve, and Fe. Well, you mentioned, there's a question here. What interventions did your company take during the impact to help soften the impact of COVID-19 last year? I did hear that Fry mentioned about releasing the retirement benefits of your employees. Steve mentioned about going digital with regards to coffee. So can you share a little bit more to our participants as to what you did? Maybe this could also give them a heads up as to what else they can do for their businesses and their employees. So we start with Fred, ladies first. Fred, can I think she's, there's a bit of a delay. How about Steve? Steve, can we start with you instead? Okay, Fair is unmuted. Okay. So let's start with Steve.
Nimrod, can you repeat the question, please? What were the interventions we did during the when particularly?
The question is, what interventions did your company take during to soften the impact of COVID-19 last year?
Oh, okay. So,
and if this can be applied to other companies?
Well, it was a two-pronged approach. First was we had to take care of our people, making sure that the impact does not really hurt them, right? So we at the time the lockdown happened, we gave a full month's salary for that particular month when the lockdown happened. And then the succeeding months, we gave a certain percentage of salaries only, because the out of 100 stores, only 5 stores were opened. And so personally, I thought it was only going to last 3 months. So the way I budgeted the cash flow was to last us for beyond 3 months. But then we all know that it took longer than that. And unfortunately, at maybe on the 3rd month, we had to what's the right word? But cut down on our manpower just to match whatever resources we had. And that's first. And the second one is so that's what I mean by balancing what's good for the people and what's good for the company. The second one we did was to talk to all our suppliers and be transparent. And we were transparent with the whole situation and talk to them and say, we're not gonna go away. We're gonna be here, but let us just, we're committed to all our obligations, but we have to make sure that the impact to the business is not fatal. So we needed to get their support as well, but we had to assure them. So it was a collaboration between us and our suppliers, and we were very fortunate that most of our major suppliers were also they understood that. And the third one is the malls. The malls are very supportive. They just gave us if you were not operating, there was no rent, or they gave us a 5% revenue share, which was enough to keep us afloat. Those are just 3 of the interventions that happened within that time.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Now we can ask Fe to elaborate a little as to what your company has done during the pandemic.
Yeah, thank you, Nimrod. As I've said, our focus, our main concern was our people, our workers. So I mentioned about paying the retirement benefits and preparing them, equipping them while there's no work, equipping them by training them with different skills, and it worked a lot. It was a blessing for most of the people, our workers, because they were able to acquire more skills, and now they become entrepreneurs by themselves. So. Yes, really, the crisis has gained more benefit for our workers. And of course, we thank our suppliers, the banks, for cooperating with us, for making our obligations softer. And of course, we have also to understand our clients who requested for stretching of payments and everything. So for us, it is not really, we really need to survive and understand each other, not just for our own benefit, but for everyone, for our clients, for our stockholders, for our employees. So that's how we thrive during this pandemic, helping each other because we are a community of people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Faye and Steve, for your replies. We'd love to get more questions and ask our panelists to answer them, but we're also pressed for time. So if you have questions, you could send it to our chat box, and our staff at the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry will try to relay them to our speakers so that you could get a first-hand response with regards to your question. So I'm now turning you back to Mikey Morado, our host for this afternoon's event. So thank you very much for joining us here. Mikey?
Thank you, Sir Nimrod. And indeed, it was a very informative exchange of ideas. Thank you also to our respective panelists. And those who are still here in the room, thank you for staying. And don't leave yet, because later we're going to have the raffle draw. So if your name is called and you're not here, then that's forfeited. So please stay tuned. I still see a lot of familiar faces in the room. We even have all the way from Negros, the tourism office, Donna Maturan. Anyway, okay, we move on. Earlier, our guest speaker shared about resiliency. And at this juncture, our next set of speakers will talk about innovation, a very interesting topic and something that I personally advocate. Have you already bought something online? I did. And more companies are now shifting into selling their goods or services online or via the e-commerce. And don't you want to hear those business channel innovations that have changed the way we shop? Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to introduce the Senior Business Development Associate Seller Services of the #1 online shopping and selling destination in the Philippines from Lazada, Ms. Ishana Wong.
Hi, so thank you again for having us today. So I'm Ishana Wong from Lazada Philippines, and today we're going to discuss a little bit of future of e-commerce. Okay, so I actually want to share a little bit of numbers with you guys first. So during, I think, a study within like 2019, we saw that e-commerce is one of the largest and fastest growing area or industry within the internet economy. So of course, we have online travel, ride hailing, and online media. But of course, given commerce and trade, we definitely understand that e-commerce is definitely the focus. And in terms of the compounding annual growth rate, it's actually at 39%. From 2019 to 2025. And interestingly enough, when it comes to the Philippines, we saw a huge jump as well. So from 2019 to 2020, tumaas na 55%. And 2020 to 2025, we see a projected 31%. So the goal or the projected number is actually at 15 billion USD. So imagine when it comes to your business, how can you inject or how can you be part of that 15 billion pie that we are projecting for 2025? And yun nga, the numbers that I'm showing you now, it's actually outdated na kasi COVID happened, right? So even though COVID happened, the numbers that we saw earlier, we actually see that the expected date or the expected time period will be actually shortened. So right now, in terms of the whole Philippine population, 73% of us are actually already shopping online. I think it grew more than 50% from like before 2020. And within the 73%, right, 1.5 million Filipinos are new to online shopping. So, maraming bagong behaviors when it comes to consumers. And we have to make sure as businessmen and women, how do we make sure that we keep on continuing to ride the trend? Before, di ba, ang maraming different uso when it comes to business. And now we're seeing that it's going to be e-commerce in the next few years. Now, specific to e-commerce when it comes to like the COVID changes, we in Lazada actually saw 2.5 times increase in our sales before compared to the numbers before pandemic. And it's interesting because year on year, when it comes to Lazada, right, we already see a very healthy uplift every year. But now, because of the COVID, when the change of the consumer behavior, always shopping online, and the increase also in sellers, we see that the jump now is at 2.5x. And again, that's highly understandable because our monthly buyers also grew by 2 times versus our 2019 numbers. And I want to share as well, like, why did this happen, no? Parang, or like, what does this mean in terms of the seller community? That's why I actually have two testimonials, or like two examples who are part of the community are very, very happy. So one of the innovation we actually did during the pandemic is to open up fresh and perishable goods with Lazada Fresh. That's why sellers like Super Fresh were able to now sell on the platform. Because of the pandemic, people had to like keep on buying online because they can't go outside. And definitely one of the things that they wanted to focus on was essential goods. So we had Super Fresh. They joined the platform during May of last year, and they were very happy kasi of course naghinto yung kanilang negosyo, but because of online commerce they now can continue. And it's interesting enough kasi they actually even grew pa within the platform. So they grew 2.3 times. And this means, right, hindi na sila limitado to the marketplaces that they are physically in. They can now sell to a greater area within Metro Manila, and of course, this can obviously continue more and more, right? Then I have another example here, si Sandals. So they're actually not under Lazada Fresh or under perishable goods, but they are, part of the usual trade. So they actually produce footwear that is locally handcrafted. And, matagal na sila actually nabibili sa Lazada, 2018 pa. But yun nga, because of the increase in buyers and also the new consumers that are shopping online, they actually saw a 4 times increase in their sales versus pre-COVID period. So, Super Fresh and Sandals and thousands of other MSMEs are on the platform. And, it's important to know why, right? We want to share why did they shifted when it comes to us, when it comes to Lazada. And, there's 4 things that we focus on when it comes to your growth now. So one is easy payment. It's very important, right? Whatever kind of customer dyan, we are able to accommodate the different kind of payment method that they want. May iba gusto COD, may iba gusto credit card, may iba even gusto mag-e-wallet na. And when you partner with Lazada, of course, that's our goal. We're making sure that we always open different ways to pay so that you also can cater to a wider number of customers. Second is in-house logistics. So we're the only e-commerce platform in the Philippines that has our own in-house logistics. So it means we're very focused on the areas that we want to grow. And down the line, it means, or it basically equates to a very seamless process, no? So from your order, from the payment, from the delivery, everything yan in line, or it's very much matched to everything that's happening in Lazada. So, payments and logistics, those are infrastructures that's very important for you guys, for the MSMEs. So if you have your own website, you have to make sure that you have to pay for all of those features, yung mga payment na kailangan mo i-add to your website that incurs a lot of cost. And of course, when logistics, you won't have a very low price when it comes to partnering with third parties, right? So when you join Lazada, you are already benefiting from the infrastructure, and we make sure to grow each and every day. All right. Then third thing, of course, we have ensured quality. So it's very important that what the customer sees online is what they get, right? So we always make sure that we also build a lot of satisfaction when it comes to returns, or even, let's say, refunds as well. But also for the seller side, we actually have a lot of technology that will help you when it comes to knowing what to put on your store. So yung mga AI namin, yung mga suggestive categories that your products are in, we have those to guide you. We have a lot of technology as well to make sure the PDP or the display pages will have all the necessary details to make sure that you guys end up with a sale. Then last, for why Lazada, we have amazing seller support. So when you sign up on Lazada, day 1 pa lang, there will be someone that will be calling you or sending you an email to guide you through the process. And within your 90 days, there will be someone that can handhold you or go with you through the different process, right? And the amazing thing is there are no commissions fee for our marketplace sellers, so that you guys get to maximize your profit and make sure that, of course, you keep on continuing to grow your business at an easier rate, right? So when it comes to seller support, we have so many things that we can offer to you guys. We can discuss about it later on, but imagine there are like 400, 500 people here right now in the Lazada headquarters, making sure that your business grows every day, right? So aside from these 4 factors, it's very important that even though mas maraming sellers, dapat mas maraming pa rin ang buyers. That's why our goal as the number 1 e-commerce platform is to make sure that we get the right kind of customers to you guys. So we build that extremely throughout the different years now. Right now, we're very happy to announce that on an everyday basis, more than 3 million Filipinos actually go to the platform, whether it's the app or the website, there will be 3 million Filipinos that you can capture to be your loyal customers. And of course, this will continuously grow lang, especially how we want to plan our different marketing initiatives. Second, we're very happy na we're the number one most engaged brand on the Facebook. So, ibig sabihin na nito, if we're the number one most engaged brand or lagi kami pinupuntahan, it means down the line, it trickles down to you guys. If they go on the Facebook Lazada page, they end up going to the app, and when they go to the app, they might actually land on your page or land on your store that you are selling your different products, no? So we have to make sure we're always being engaged. We always partner or get ambassadors that are very relevant. So we have Kathleen Bernardo, we have Alden Richards, and we'll always continue to have new content to make sure we keep those customers loyal to the platform and of course to you guys. During 2018 as well, during 2019, we're the only e-commerce platform that was part of the top 10 most searched sites in the Philippines. So it means the top of mind or even, let's say, retention of the Lazada brand is very, very strong. So aside from this, what do you guys get when you partner with us? So there's three major things now. So we have store support, brand building, and consumer engagement. So store support is basically the infrastructure that I mentioned earlier, whether it's like the technology and the logistics. We'll always make sure that we are updated to make sure your lives are gets easier when it comes to selling online. Second is brand building. So ito yung mga different marketing initiatives that we have. How do we make sure that everyone knows Lazada, right? So because when they are familiar or when they trust Lazada, they end up going on our platform and end up going to your stores. Lastly is consumer engagement. How do we retain those people that are going to the platform and how do we make them loyal? How do we make sure that they're always engaged and hindi sila naboboard sa ating platform? So I actually want to do a little bit of examples for these three, no? So for brand building, of course, we have our mega and weekly campaigns. Hopefully, you guys are familiar with the mega campaigns. So ito yung mga 11-11, 12-12, 9-9. So parami siya all throughout the year, no? And even me, I get super boodled when it comes to these mega campaigns. I buy my year's worth of like shampoo na and etc. So being part of the Lazada system or the Lazada community is interesting kasi the mega campaigns now we see more than 6 times boost in your average daily sales. You guys can actually join for free. So yung mga marketing that we put millions of pesos that we do to make sure people go to our platform, that's actually going to you guys directly. So yung mga mega campaigns, of course, you can join for free. You can build your business or even earn, let's say, 1 million pesos in just one day completely for free. Second naman is we have weekly campaigns. I understand there might be concerns na lagot ang rami ng mga sellers na nasa platform ngayon. Super duper understand. And there's 2 answers I give for those kinds of questions. One is, of course, yung weekly campaigns natin. So, meron tayong campaign exclusively only for you guys if bago kayong seller. So, yung fresh finds, love local, everyday essentials, that's only exclusively for new sellers. And because of this, we are able to give them the reviews that they need. We also give them the new customers that they need to start building their online presence, no? So that's one answer. Second answer is when it comes to bakit ang raming competition and how can I angat to that is even though maraming sellers, mas marami pa rin talaga ang ating mga buyers. So don't worry about that kasi, you're selling to the whole Philippines, no? You're not just selling on your physical store. And that basically means na you have a wider reach. So with the mega campaigns, weekly campaigns, and also the more buyers that goes on our platform every day, you have no worry when it comes to the competition. It's just important that you have really good price point, strategy when it comes to the different promotions, and usage of the different tools. All right, so consumer engagement, no? How do we retain our loyal customers on the platform? So we have one feature called Flash Sale. So when you have campaigns, kasi it's usually sales, diba? But when flash sale, imagine it 14 times the usual sale. Ano yung ibig sabihin nito? So during flash sale, kasi we have like a time, a countdown, no? So within just 1 hour, your products will be sold to everyone in the Philippines. And it's interesting kasi within that 1 hour, especially yung price point nyo. And because of this mindset, no, na oh no, it's just 1 hour left, bibili pa ba ako or hindi? Usually, nagkakaroon ng maraming impulse buyers and actually they're very, very happy with it. We've seen sellers that sell more than thousands of units of their SKUs in just 1 hour, and that's absolutely amazing. Imagine mo if you do that offline, if that's something that you can actually achieve, no? So this is the benefits of going online and like making sure that you maximize when it comes to the different technology. So yun, so again, Flash Sale is also completely free. No, we just have to check the criteria na your seller rating is high, you're doing really, really well, and marunong na kayo fulfill. If you're able to do this, there's no reason for us to not give you the placement that you guys want. Then in terms of store support, the fact that you guys are in this call today with the Cebu Chambers, it means you guys are learners now. You have a really good growth mindset. And we're very excited about that. That's what we want to show, or what we want to instill when it comes to our sellers. So in the Lazada ecosystem, we have what we call the Lazada University. So of course, we have educational videos on how to navigate the platform, no? So how to upload your products, how to fulfill orders. Of course, that's something that's already available. But we go above and beyond. So under Lazada University, we partner with a lot of external entities. So we partner with certified digital marketers, AIM, Ateneo, even Canva Philippines, and also a little bit of like the financial sectors like the banks, like Union Bank, PPI. So all of these partners now, they teach their topics, or they really teach the industry that they're in, kasi they are subject matter experts. So yung mga Lazada University yan, they teach you how to do marketing, content, even how to do live stream, seller financing. So everything is there for you guys to take advantage of. And it's again completely free. And you have hundreds of videos that you can learn from. And of course, this will continue on growing. So this is something that's free for everyone in the Lazada community. And yun nga, we're very excited because we want to help you guys grow, not only your business, but you as entrepreneurs and businessmen and women. All right, so just to sum up, no, number one, there is no commission fees when you sell on Lazada Marketplace. Second is you are free to join campaigns, flash sales, and even live stream to maximize your sales. Third is, of course, there's only exclusive campaigns for new sellers so that you guys can jumpstart your business online. And lastly, here in Lazada, no, we go above and beyond in terms of our support for all sellers, especially for new sellers. So if you want to be part of our community, it's very simple. You can either scan the QR code, type the link here, bit.ly, Laz register now. And don't forget to put the referral code CCCI so that we can track you and we can, of course, help you guys throughout the process. So thank you so much for listening to my segment. I'm very excited to have you guys part of the seller community. And of course, the best time to start online is now, right? Actually, it was yesterday, but second best time is now. So malapit na ang campaigns, 11/11 and 12/12. Huwag na natin palampasin, and make sure that you guys already signed up so that you can already maximize your business. So thank you again. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wong, for that very informative presentation. So when you talk about putting your business online, you gotta make sure you have a very reliable internet connection. And to talk about reinventing digital customer experience is our representative from Converge IT Solutions. This alumni from De La Salle University is responsible in making sure that the subscribers of Converge IT Solutions are very happy and satisfied. And it's been his mission of delivering excellent customer service for more than 20 years. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Customer Experience Officer of Converge IT Solutions, Mr. Albert Santos.
Maayong hapon lahat sa inyo. My name is Albert Santos. I'm the Chief Customer Experience Officer of Converge ICT Solutions. I would like to thank the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry for inviting me today in their Entrepreneur Summit to talk about digital transformation. For us, digital transformation, is really a strategy that we're approaching as an organization. As you know, recently we actually launched our services in Cebu, and we're very excited to actually serve our brothers and sisters in Cebu. Now, today I've been tasked to talk about digital transformation. What is digital transformation? But it's really a buzzword today that we're looking at from all sectors, not just telecommunications, but for technology organizations, for retail organizations, and all other businesses. But today, I will be talking about digital transformation more from a layman or a businessman's point of view. So to start off, let's go to the next slide, right? Now, today I'll just be talking about the why, what, and where of digital transformation. Why is Converge embarking on a digital transformation strategy? What are the steps that we're following as far as digital transformation is concerned? And we'll give you a view of where Converge is in this journey currently as we transform our organization to better serve the Filipino internet market. Now, as I've said earlier, digital transformation is more of a buzzword. About a little over a decade ago, people were start talking about digital transformation as a means or a tool in order to further, one's business and reach to the customer. But what really is it? By definition, really, digital transformation is simply the replacement of traditional dated business processes with digital technology in order for us to improve and advance and streamline the ways we work. So that is the simple, textbook definition. But from our perspective, I'd like to tackle, the first item that I'd like to tackle really is why is Converge embarking on a digital transformation strategy. Next slide. Now, why are we doing digital transformation in Converge? The three items are really here. It's because of the environment, the competition, and most importantly, the customer experience. So let's tackle environment first. I think from an environmental perspective, it's actually very obvious, right? Although the idea of digital transformation started a lot earlier, as I said, about a decade ago, simply because of the proliferation of the internet. People were, a lot more people are actually getting connected. More than, at least, 30% year on year, we have an increase of internet use. And of course, the proliferation of smartphones have enabled our customers to actually be, or have enabled the businesses to reach their customers in more of a real-time perspective. And of course, 2020 ushered in, that the COVID-19 pandemic really made us rethink how we process things in our business, how we reach our customers, the business. And of course, this not only shifted the way businesses did their processes and their business and deliver their products, but it also changed heavily how our customers wanted to receive these services and these products. So if you look at it really, the COVID-19 situation globally really was seismic, that it actually asked us to review how we reach our customers. How can we reach them without, providing that safety, where we actually provide for more contactless services, not face-to-face, as well as how can we actually conduct virtual business in this new era of the global pandemic. Competition, of course, is the second piece that we're looking at. I think from our side, it just makes sense to look at digital transformation because of the scale, the reach, and the efficiency that this offers, not only to the business concerned, but also how, in terms of how we can reach and enable the customer. And lastly, I think the third why we're doing digital transformation, the third reason why we're doing digital transformation is overall for customer experience. How do we actually provide these services on our smartphones, on the websites, on SMS, on Viber, on social media? I think this reach, particularly now because of the global pandemic, has become more relevant and more important as a business for us to actually pursue digital transformation and digital channel in terms of doing business. Simply because I think from customer experience perspective, it's really a matter of choice. And because of COVID-19, a matter of necessity. And ultimately, and initially actually, we really wanted to do this in order to enable and empower the customer, giving them choices in how to receive their products and services. Next slide. So, which brings me to the second item that we wanted to discuss. I think from our side, we wanted to talk about what are the steps of digital transformation. There are several ways that we're looking at in terms of, approaching transformation. But clearly from our side, we made 7 simple steps in order for us to actually approach digital transformation. For Converge, we started establishing the foundation as early as last year, given the pandemic. So we started, looking at agile processes and development operations in order for us to reach out to our customers. When we started the pandemic, the main way for customers to get service from us was through the traditional hotline. But because of the pandemic, we, despite all the challenges of operating in such an environment, had to look and launch several channels in order for our customers to be able to reach us, given the challenges of COVID-19. So we started looking at agile methods. We were very aggressive in terms of how we're going to roll out several digital channels so that our customers can constantly keep in touch with us regarding their internet and fiber. The other piece that we had to consider is, looking at our legacy backend systems. As you know, Converge, which is about a 12-year-old company, had looked at, expanding our network. Not only expanding it in terms of reach, but also expanding it in terms of, the build out, the capability, the automation. Our COO actually spoke about it earlier in the same summit last week. And we wanted to look at how we can, pair that up with a strong digital transformation plan in order for us to empower our customers. So that goes to the third step, which is to build technological capabilities, to build a platform. But not only in terms of capability of having the tool, but also in terms of developing our organization, our talent, and increase eventually our talent IQ in digital transformation. So this meant for us to hire, develop, train, and develop our people in terms of how to do business from a digital transformation. The other item on the fourth step is we really wanted to focus on human-centric design. It started with an end-to-end customer journey. We were designing process, and that's a big thing. Designing, planning is something that we're looking at and have started actually as early as last year. From our perspective, digital channels or digital contacts have been kind of negatively received by a lot of the markets that we operate in, simply because it's automated. People don't want to talk human voice units. They didn't want to actually just be able to look at an app. Some had preferences to actually speak face to face or speak to a person on the other line. So, given the challenges of COVID and the pandemic, we had to look at really going back to the drawing board and redesigning how we do our digital contacts, how we do our digital experience by mapping end-to-end customer journey for different processes in our business. So we're steadily looking at that, and we continue to look at putting the customer at the center of how we design our processes and our plan. The next step is really organizational and customer learning. We have in Converge have had to actually look at getting the buy-in of the different parts of the organization. Now that we're actually instituting improvements in the back end and instituting a new platform in terms of how to deliver our digital transformation, we need to be able to actually harvest the information that we're getting from our digital channels so that we can continue to look at that data and learn from them and learn from our customers as well in terms of what improvements we can do in terms of being able to deliver our services not only faster but with more reliability and speed. And the next two steps are really just to amplify these steps that we've taken. We need to assess periodically the maturity of the organization, the maturity of the market, the capability of the organization as well in terms of how they can receive these new digital processes and formats and services that we've been offering. So we need to amplify that. And lastly, we feel that as an organization, we can't do it alone. So Converge has partnered with several other organizations who have great experience with digital transformation. One of those partnerships, which we will highlight later, is our partnership with Tata Consulting Services as the main partner in terms of delivering our digital transformation. Next slide, please. Now, where are we in terms of the Converge journey for digital transformation? So I'll just quickly look at our strategies, which we've shared with the body before. We'd like to go strong. We are an aggressive organization. We'd like to go deep, and that means going national. And that's why over the first half of 2021, Converge has started and embarked on an ambitious project to connect the whole Philippines, launching, as I've said, our operations in Cebu, particularly in Visayas and later on in now. We go for value in terms of what we can bring to the market, not only in terms of price, but also because of the value of the product and the quality of the product that we offer. To connect, the ordinary Filipino household, those who have not been served and are underserved currently by our competitors. We go together as an organization. So we prepare, as I've said, prepare the organization in terms of going for that journey. We go to serve. And even during the pandemic, Converge has actually looked at expanding our organization, not only by the number of people who are able to do the connectivity, but also embark in the middle of the pandemic, the ambitious national backbone project, which will connect the entire Philippines. And for customer services, I could say that we've actually tripled our resources as well in Converge, going to almost 1,000 people strong in terms of being able to serve our customers as we deliver fiber to them. And of course, go safe in terms of the processes given the pandemic, as well as ensuring the security of the connectivity. And then big item that we're talking is really go digital, and we'll talk about more in terms of what we've done digital. But these things we really have to do, not only just our services to our customers, but also, lastly, to go ahead to lead our industry and our nation in terms of being connected. So in plain, it's go strong, go deep, and go ahead. Next slide. So this is just a few critical company milestones we've shown. But I'd like to highlight in some of the items that we did rather quickly, actually, from a digital transformation perspective. In April, we launched our self-help YouTube channel so that people would have actually, and our customers would have a reference in terms of being able to assist themselves if they encounter any problems with the service. We launched more than a dozen videos that would enable them to do self-help, whether it's regards to their connection or their billing, or if they want to do a transfer. And then we, because of the pandemic, we quickly organized ourselves in terms of launching mid-year the mobile experience app, which actually has turned already 1 year old since we launched it mid-2020. We also looked at the other social media capabilities by instituting not only Facebook, but also Viber and SMS touchpoints for our customers actually be able to reach us. And, we continue to look at, other products from now until, the end of 2021. We have been awarded actually the most consistent fixed internet provider by Ookla. And again, in quarter, which is really that, showing us that, we are delivering not only a better service, but a wider range and more reliable and consistent service for the Philippines. Next slide. Now on the converged digital divide, you can see, there are several items that we really did. Launched our self-help page, which is the Go Fiber PH, where you can easily online apply for a fiber account or a converged account. As I've said, we've launched the Experience app, and we've actually added a lot from an app perspective over the year. And we've also increased our digital payment partners. Not only can we do payments in our Experience app, we are also able to get your statements. You're also even able to monitor the overall technical health of your routers and modems at home provided by. So if you look at that, how successful have we been? I think from a YouTube self-help channel, since we launched last year, we've already had about 250,000. So that's about 250,000 people that we have been able to assist on digital channel. Our social media contact, which we launched mid-year last year, now generates about 300,000 contacts a month ever since it was launched. And our Experience app has now been downloaded 522,000 by 522,000 people and customers, which empowers our customers to be able to service their account through their smartphones or through their home computer. They'll be able to see their SOA, and my main SOA is their statement of account. They'll be able to actually make payment seamlessly through the same application. They'll be able to actually give out tickets as well in terms of if they experience issues as far as their services are concerned. So that brings actually closer to about 50% of our subscriber base who are now using the application. So these are some of the successes that we've had in terms of usage, but we're not stopping there. And as we look at more changes from a converged perspective, as we embark on the whole digital transformation technology, move our back end and give us more capability in terms of the features and the services that we can actually expand to and offer in our digital channel. Next slide, please. So lastly, I think we talked about the partnership. This is actually a long-term partnership with Tata Consultancy that we already brought forward, and we actually launched it at the start of the year. And we will start looking at new implementations starting late 2021 and early 2020. So we'll keep you posted as far as the developments as we improve our capability through this partnership with Converge and Tata. So lastly, if we could go to the next slide, in summary, how is Converge going to look at this or do their digital transformation? It's really because we have that purpose, and our purpose is to empower and enable the customer. There are a lot of activities that we're looking at, but just because of our purpose to provide better and more reliable internet to the Filipino home, this will power us through in terms of our ability to do our digital transformation. Next is really mindset. We need to look overall at our planning, our design, and how fast and good we're able to deploy and disrupt the market in terms of our digital offer. And lastly, in more of an introspect, is how we actually are able to change our organization and our culture by developing our talent, by being agile and quick in terms of meeting the customer's needs and plans. And lastly, we won't stop there. We'll take all the feedback, we'll take all the contacts and all the data that we can get from our customer and learn, because the market and our customers' needs change over time. So this is a process that we're going to look into. We're always reminded about our purpose. We always look at our design and mindset in terms of being able to disrupt and offer better services to the market. And lastly, transforming the organization as well, the people behind it, in terms of developing and training our talent. So again, I'd like to thank, this is the end of my presentation. I'd like to thank again the Cebu Chamber of Commerce for the invitation. I'd like to wish more power to your organization. So, daghang salamat from Converge.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Albert Santos, the Chief Customer Experience Officer of Converge IT Solutions. So putting your business online does not only mean having a website or a social media account. It is crucial that you also make sure that the business process that goes with it is tried and relevant. It is my privilege to introduce to you our next guest speaker. She will be sharing her expert opinion on how we can transform and modernize our operations. Our speaker has a massive consulting experience, particularly in the field of finance transformation engagements and global business services. Currently a partner of the SGVN company, Ernst & Young Philippines. May I ask that you give your full attention, please, to Ms. Maria Katrina Macaisa Peña.
Hi, everyone. A pleasant afternoon to all of you today. I hope you can hear me and see me. Again, thank you for inviting us to be part of this prestigious event. It is an honor and a privilege to be sharing with everyone this afternoon our insights and our experience as well as to how we are helping organizations or companies transform and modernize their operations. So for this afternoon, I'd like to maybe just tackle 3 main points. I'll just give a brief intro of why this is highly relevant for all of us to think about transforming and modernizing our operations. The second one would be a framework that we have used with our clients, we've used and we've shared widely globally as to how companies, regardless of the size, regardless of the sector, how you might want to view transformation as part of your strategy and as well as part of how you evolve as a business. And then lastly, I'd just like to leave with you a specific mindset that you should imbibe, a specific mindset that you should start within your organization to allow you to be a transformative organization and transformative individuals and establish a transformative culture in your respective companies. So let me go jump into the first part of my presentation, which is really setting the tone as to why do we need to transform. And I love this particular slide because basically it shows us and reminds us that we are actually in the age of change. When we talk to clients and we talk to sector experts, they always say that this is the age of hyperconnectivity. And it has been emphasized earlier by the speakers that we've had since this afternoon as to the importance that that technology plays in the way that we operate our business. And I think that given technology changes, developments, I think that other than that, there are also other factors that causes disruption in the way that we run our business. And I believe that in this particular time of change, wherein anything can happen in a snap of a finger and anything can potentially change, we need to be able to thrive in a market of accelerating complex change. And again, these changes could be brought about by technology, it could be brought about by changes in the environment, and like COVID and perhaps climate change really making a mark into how businesses operate and thrive. It's important for us to manage and also anticipate what all of these changes will eventually bring and lead our business into. So, having said that, I think if we step back a bit and we're hearing and we're saying that change is the only thing that's constant, I really believe that in most organizations, in most companies at the moment, and if you're quite familiar with the S curve of innovation, it's important for us to anticipate the possible or potential future scenarios that our companies could potentially be subjected to in the future. And I think if we're going to look at it from a forward looking future perspective, we need to also, in a way, revisit the way that we plan, the way that we create a strategy as to how we will move our business from where it is now. And before any profit, before any impact to the way that we generate profits or business, revenue rather for our companies, we need to be able to shift from one S curve to another. And I think what will get us to here, or the future view of where your organization would be, these specific incremental drivers that we have used in the past to bring our business to where it is now, such as scope, scale, and efficiency, will not be enough to actually anticipate the rate of change and even the future scenarios that we can be subjected to. No? So it's important for us to use a different set of lenses, a different set of value drivers that will allow us to transform our business from strategy until the way that you run and operate your business itself. And I'd like to share with you what we think would be the important value drivers in the now and next and beyond time frame. And these are the three value drivers that we have identified. First one being humans at center. Second is technology and speed. And then third would be the innovation at scale. Using these value drivers will allow us to have a dynamic competitive advantage versus just focusing on the value drivers of the past. So having said that, what do we mean by these three transformative value drivers that we have identified here? So let me go now to the second part of my presentation, where we'd like to share with you how we are helping clients, how we are helping businesses reframe their future and anticipate the different potential scenarios that their sector, their business, and even the industry or the economy that they are part of might operate in the future. And I'd like to start off with humans at center. This has been touched on by our dear speakers from Lazada as well as Converge. They are customer obsessed. And I think that in our view of transformation, we should always transform to anticipate, address, and delight the human complement of our business. And that would be the customers. And also, don't forget the employees. They're equally important to make sure that we are able to transform in a dynamic speed and scale. So it's important that we put in emphasis, we put in a lot of focus on how we will satisfy, meet, and exceed the expectations of our customers. And then at the same time, we need to make sure that we're also enabling, empowering, and creating a culture in our organization that will allow our employees to thrive and even overperform beyond their expectations. The second value driver that you might want to think about is technology at speed. And again, nowadays, we cannot deny the fact that technology is really creating a massive value, a massive competitive advantage to companies. And while someone might say that for SMEs or MSMEs, it's quite difficult to invest in technology, there are a lot of developments in the technology space that allows us to actually subscribe or the subscription-based pricing that will allow us to pay only as we use a certain technology. So there's probably a better view of how we can invest in technology to support our business. And then separately, innovation at scale. I love this aspect because, again, this is part of the RISE acronym that is part of which is the context and subject of this program. And I really think that what innovation at scale tells us is that we need to blur the lines between the sectors and purely from focusing internally in the way that we run our organization and expanding it into the wider ecosystem that we are playing in. And that's where it's important that we identify partners. I think Converge said that they have partnered with Tata Consultancy and a number of other professional organizations. Lazada is also offering services to partner with vendors. And I think that is the best model that you could have, that you can actually amplify the impact and value that you can create to your organizations. And therefore, putting all of these three together and making sure that we're able to manage the value that each of these drivers will create will allow us to transform in a dynamic scale. So given that we have already visualized what the future will be like for our companies, it is important that we do not forget the middle and back office part of our businesses. I like stories wherein companies would probably say, oh, we're customer obsessed. And what they do is they put in a platform that will allow them to connect to the customer on a real-time basis. But they did not, or they do not change the way that the rest of the business operates. And I think that is even more critical because you cannot satisfy the needs of the customer or of your employee if you do not make a holistic change, a functional change in the way that you run your business. And I'm flashing here on the screen some specific examples in some departments or some functions within your organization that transformation is quite important so that we're able to really maximize the value that a transformation program or project will bring. Let me just maybe pick a few examples because there's a lot of it here. But what I usually like to highlight would be changes or transformation in the way that we manage talent. And I think this has also been emphasized in previous presentations, wherein it's not important that you just focus on the customer, but you need to create a culture that will allow your employees to maximize the opportunities and their development. We've also heard earlier about creating a hybrid working environment. Such that I think 75% of CEOs say that they're probably going to continue with the current setup of having some employees working from home and then maybe having some people or team that will be focused on being in front of the customer. Another aspect that you might want to look at and you might want to transform as part of your business is the way that you actually run your supply chain, production or manufacturing lines or distribution chains. An example here that is probably one of the key trends that we are seeing around operations is leveraging new services and asset-light models. What the pandemic showed us is that there is actually value in creating co-opetition among sector players. And we've seen the rise of, I would say, dark kitchens, for example, in restaurants, wherein some companies provide an operating space for different restaurants so that they can operate in that space, thus lessening the lease costs or the asset or equipment costs that they might want or they might be incurring as a result of their operations. I think as well from an IT perspective, what we are seeing now is that IT is transforming from being a purely back office function to a front office function. And what that means is that it allows the IT organization to view themselves differently and see themselves as an active contributor to the way that the business creates value or the way the business creates revenue and generates profit for the shareholders. And then last example that I'd just like to give would be the marketing, sales, and service, wherein it's really about getting data about the customer. It's about being customer obsessed. It's about superior customer experience. And the only way for you to do that is to be able to know your customer and establish a culture of customer of one. And basically, what that means is you put in a lot of priority in the way that you serve your customer or the way that you serve your client. And you make them feel that they are the only customer that you have. And you're going to bring the rest of the organization to support whatever it is that the customer needs and wants, or even create a need or want that they do not know in the beginning pa nga. So having said that, and giving an example of how functions can be optimized and transformed, I'd like now to maybe just quickly land this down as to how can I make all of these happen. And I think while the information, the framework that I've shared earlier creates a comprehensive view of how you might want to transform your business, it's also important to understand that it has to start with a mindset. It has to start with the culture that you build in your companies. And regardless of the size, regardless of the sector, I think it's really important that we create and I would say subscribe to the idea of having a transformative mindset. And what does that mean? I'm sharing here on the slides our observations as to transformation projects. And we're showing here what are some areas wherein companies fail in their transformation projects and areas that they're actually more successful than the rest of the companies who are undergoing the same transformation journey. And I'd like to summarize these 5 points into 3 main themes. The first one is creating a vision, creating a view of where we want to be and where we want the business to go to in the next 3 to 5 years is important. And it's important that we also communicate that to the rest of our team. So it's not just a responsibility of the owner, of the CEO, the general manager. It's everybody's responsibility to stay true to the course that the leader will define. Another is about creating a dynamic view of the future. And what does that mean? It means that we need to see the future as something that is not static, something that is not stagnant. It will change regularly. And it's important for us to revisit the assumptions that we have made today so that we can steer whether going to the right direction or pivot differently if our view of where we want to be in the future is not going to be successful for our company. And it's important to instill the mindset of agility and be responsive to these changes that we are anticipating or seeing in the market. And then the last one is about the concept of failing fast. I'm sure most of you have already heard about this idea, but it's important for us to create a culture wherein all of us can actually fail. And sometimes a problem or one of the biggest roadblocks that we've seen organizations have is that they are really afraid to fail, and therefore they do not test, they do not iterate, they do not experiment. And I feel like, and we've seen this actually, where companies fail to innovate, fail to experiment and test, they tend to lose out in the long run. So it's important for us to allow a safe environment for people to fail, but also create an environment that will allow us to immediately or quickly learn from that mistake. Because again, one mistake today brings us one step closer to where we want to be in the future. So having said that, I'd like to just cap off this presentation with a quote from Peter Drucker, who is also an author and a management consultant. The greatest danger in times of turbulence is not the turbulence. It is to act with yesterday's logic. And I really believe that the past, while we can learn a lot of lessons from it, will not lead us to the future that we want to have. No? So it's important for us to learn from it, but also to view the future with a different type of lens, with a different perspective, so that we can be truly transformative and modern in the way that we run our business. That's all on my end. Thank you, everyone. I hope you have a great day ahead.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kay. We truly appreciate your insights. So I would just like to check on everyone if you're still okay. It's been a long afternoon, but don't leave yet because we still have very interesting speakers. We have last 4 speakers to present. And after that, we are going to open the question and answer portion. And of course, don't forget the raffle. So please stay tuned until the end of this event. Okay, so moving on. In this environment of challenge and change, even banks need to demonstrate resilience and stability. To give us a snapshot of digital innovation in cash management is the Assistant Vice President and Team Head in Security Bank Transaction Banking Group, handling Visayas and Mindanao. She's definitely an authority to tell us how a financial institution can help with the process of collecting and managing our cash flows digitally. Please help me welcome Ms. Mikoy Antolihao.
Good day, each and everyone. Thank you so much for having us in today's gathering. With the pandemic, there has been a lot of changes as far as economy, process, and cash flows are concerned. Security Bank has always prioritized two elements: our customers and our people. This afternoon, please allow me to show you banking innovation and how cash management address the new normal processes. To personify our brand, we ask our distinguished clients to share their success stories and how better banking helped them along the way. These stories from clients who are the lifeblood of the bank inspires us to strive for greater heights. These are the stories that drives us to succeed. So I'll show you a short presentation of these clients.
There's business, and there's better business. Security Bank's better banking makes all the difference. From this thrust, Security Bank has been creating customer-centric products and solutions tailored to clients' needs. One such breakthrough innovation is virtually transforming the way our clients are making their businesses work. Security Bank DigiBanker, an award-winning platform that helps automate and streamline cash management. Security Bank DigiBanker Solutions has helped some of the country's top companies become better businesses through cost-efficient, streamlined, bespoke, and ubiquitous solutions. It helps streamline manual processes, cutting down on operational expenses as a result. When Universal Robina Corporation partnered with Security Bank, the company's settlement process was reduced by 63%. 22 tedious steps were condensed to just 8. Even sending documents can be done at your convenience, as all financial files are in one secure digital archive. Security Bank's corporate online banking platform has fully integrated cash management solutions accessible anytime, anywhere. DigiBanker works with your company's current processes and improves on them.
As our company grew, we encountered problems in processing payments. This is because of the number of locations that we have. DigiBanker helps streamline the process of preparing and printing checks. It also efficiently helps our supplier collect the check at nearby Security Bank branches or at their partnered location. DigiBanker's disbursing system truly adds value to us because it not only helps our supplier receive the payment on time, but it gives us no hassle in having to prepare the checks manually.
It also looks for partners with strategic branch locations that will be in charge of the release of checks to suppliers. DigiBanker creates solutions for each company's distinct demands. For the longest time, Philippine Daily Inquirer has been burdened by delayed payments from advertisers. With DigiBanker's help, advertisers are motivated to remit payments to the media outlet on time.
The Security DigiBanker has helped us customize our collection processes. The bank has helped us find solutions for our cash management requirements. Case in point, a lot of our advertisers also bank with Security Bank. so they can check whether they have outstanding balances rather than waiting for the physical invoices from us. The other way that Security Digibanker helps us is in our disbursement needs. We are a group of companies, and each company has their different operations and need for disbursement. So Security Digibanker helps us in taking care of the admin side of that, so we can focus on the other parts of the operations, which is really helpful. So we're thankful that there's Security Digibanker.
Digibanker helps Century Pacific Food go digital with the company's finance reports. Through the online channel, these reports are compiled easily with just a few simple steps.
Digibanker's billing and invoice presentment and payment system is a tool that automates our accounts receivables transaction. With just one click, the system provides us with a collection report that has all our distributors' paid invoices. It is a very effective tool in place that enables us to efficiently monitor our accounts receivables. Our trade distributors find this facility user-friendly and very convenient to use, since they can pay all their outstanding invoices beyond the banking hours and even on weekends and holidays without the need to leave their respective offices to pay over the counter or wait for our sales agents to come to collect their payments.
Make secure and hassle-free transactions. Digibanker uses top-of-the-line internet security to guard your assets. It also offers back-office integration, so everything is conveniently in one place. Now you can do away with paperwork and save time and money because all dues can be addressed online. Manage cash flow anytime, anywhere. Get up-to-the-minute information on account balances and cash management transactions. Digibanker also posts automatic reminders on your account welcome page and sends SMS alerts and email notifications on pending transactions. With Digibanker, you won't miss crucial transactions for your business. Even local and international organizations recognize that it's your best choice. Digibanker solutions continue to set the benchmark for similar systems in the market. Currently, it processes an average of 1 billion pesos worth of transactions daily. It is also the cash management system of choice of more than 13,000 corporate clients nationwide, including 5 of the country's top 10 corporations. Isn't it time you made Security Bank Digibanker work for your cash management? Give your company the better banking solution it needs from Security Bank. Because better banking makes better business. Sign up for Security Bank Digibanker today.
So those were some of our happy clients, and I'm sure kailagid mo sa uban ato nila. I will quickly discuss then, to move forward, how cash management plays an important role in this new normal. Prior to the pandemic, a lot of companies are doing the traditional banking ways. Gipadayo nila kay mao na may naandan. And besides, many are not too confident to do online banking because I think it's also something that we understand. Daghang scams, daghang phishing, so people are not so keen into doing things online. The pandemic actually, in ways, opened the doors for e-commerce and online banking, thus making clients move from the traditional method to online. When we were in the height of the pandemic last year, there was a lockdown. Roads were closed, a lot of establishments were affected to the point nga ang uban nangalugi gyud ang negosyo and they were forced to say goodbye to their so-loved businesses. But there were some sectors like the hospitals, healthcare, pharmaceuticals, FMCGs, or the fast-moving consumer goods that remained stable and continue to grow. These high-value companies and the various businesses within the ecosystem has collection and disbursement requirements. The bank needs to capture such opportunities by coming up with cash management facilities to support them and the likes holistically. This is where Security Bank and our cash management facilities came into the scene. So let me start with a little background about Security Bank, our portal, and our cash management facilities. Security Bank is known as the 7th largest private universal bank with a total asset of 740.4 billion as of June 2020. It has a solid niche among the mass affluent community and has a strong business presence in the financial market, wholesale, and retail banking. Security Bank also has been given prestigious awards like Best Retail Bank in the Philippines for 3 consecutive years, 2021, 2020, and 2019 by Alpha Southeast Asia. Best Bank in the Philippines for 2020 by Lafferty Group, Best Retail Bank in 2020 and 2019 by Asian Banker, and Best Bank in the Philippines 2019 and 2018 by Global Finance. I believe some of you have heard the word DG Banker, as some of our members in Cebu Chamber are actually users of our platform as well. DG Banker also has its own recognition. To name a few, 2020 Digital CX Award, Best User Experience Internet and Corporate Website by Global Finance Innovators Award in 2020. So unsa man gyud ni ang DG Banker? DG Banker is a secure online platform of Security Bank that will enable clients to manage the company's Security Bank's account real time. It also helps the users to manage their business cash flows and payments. One of the many fears that most companies have is the fear of not having a secure banking online platform. This is something that a lot of our clients usually will tell us because they're actually afraid because there's a lot of scheming, scams, and phishings online. No? So we actually understand that. And because of that, and because we know the fears of our client, Security Bank's DG Banker includes the following security measures. No? It follows the identified company signing hierarchies. It also sends email notification for pending transactions for authorizers and approvers to know. It also has the flexibility of user creation to be designated by the nominated admins to ensure check and balance. The platform will actually allow users to check their accounts and transactions history on time. Gone are the days when our messengers are sent out or our staffs in the offices are sent out to pay our utilities or to go to the banks for statements of accounts. With this, everything is actually in the tip of your fingertips. Online, real-time, less than 5 minutes away, and transactions are done. So with that, we can actually make use of our people to do more significant or attend to other matters for the offices and the businesses. One of the other innovation of DG Banker is that it can also expand clients' collection through SBC channel. I think that is something that was shown in the video earlier, wherein we can actually do the disbursements for you and you to designate us as to where the checks can be released. So they don't need to go out. The clients don't need to go to the bank. Those suppliers that you have don't need to go claim the checks to you. We can either do it by online payment or having them go to the nearest Security Bank branches. We actually have talked about the platform. Let us try to talk and incorporate about cash management and how it can deliver to support our clients' need. So now, what is cash management? Because I think a lot of people also heard the word cash management but are not really aware as to what is it. Cash management is actually the efficient use of cash through coordinated management of your payments, collections, and cash balances. On the screen, you will see a process flow. This will be best categorized into liquidity, disbursement, and collection. In any cash flow, everything will always start with cash. Cash, which is actually categorized under liquidity. It will then be used for purchases, to pay the payables, to buy the goods, for production cost, which is actually under the disbursement category. The cycle will then lead to finished products, inventories, that will actually give sales, accounts receivables, and collections, which is now under collections. And then eventually, it will go back to having the cash on hand, which, again, where we all started, having the cash on hand. The cash flow cycle is actually covered by various cash management facilities. Cite some example. For liquidity, there is what we call CASA Manager, wherein the clients can actually access their account real-time online. For the disbursement, we have some facilities like the PesoNet and the Check Payment Manager, wherein the clients can actually do the disbursements online or have it coursed through Security Bank by releasing their checks for them. And last, for collection, we actually have some payables or facilities as well, like real-time electronic payments and auto-debit for them to collect the payments intended for our clients. The right cash management facilities will actually give every company the convenience of having the peace of mind and ease on their cash flow process. It will improve efficiency in the company's operation, and it surely will make the company save cost. It also will save time as clients can perform bulk payments and even outsource the disbursements operations by still being on top of control. So di gyud na maingon nga mawagtangan gihapon og control. The control will always be with the clients. So cash management can also automate and speed up your collection processes. All this and more can be integrated with your existing accounting system, thus giving the users the security and the convenience into their hands. With the new normal, we need to adjust. We need to innovate and still exist. Let cash management help you with your process and give you more time to relax, spend your time with your loved ones, and still live to the expectation of what your businesses can deliver to the market and to the end users. Allow cash management to be a part of your transaction processes and allow us to be there for you. For any questions, queries, or concerns, for banking concerns, please don't hesitate to call me or go to your nearest Security Bank for us to help and lend a hand. This is Mikoy Antolihaw. Again, thank you so much for having me in today's gathering.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mikoy. And at this point in time, allow me to let you know what we have covered so far. We've covered resiliency and innovation, and now we will still learn more about sustainability and empowerment. So if you are interested in social enterprise, tech innovation, and corporate sustainability, you will have to stay tuned for our next vibrant speaker. She's very active in the Cebu startup community and played an active role in the Startup Ecosystem Development Program of the DEI and other social enterprises. Hashtag the global goals. Let's hear more about her social enterprise brand, the Cola Box, which is a platform for collaboration with purpose-driven ventures. Please welcome a youth leader and the Cola Box founder, Ms. April Ong Banyo. April, are you here? Is Miss April here? Okay, maybe we shall proceed with the next speaker instead, and we're gonna call her back when she's ready. Okay. All right, so maybe we will call Miss April again later. Anyway, no matter what happens in the future, we need to make sure that our businesses, our enterprises are built to last. It's truly an honor to introduce our next distinguished presenter who intends to eliminate some problems about business continuity and offer some innovative solutions. Please join me in welcoming the Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of Vivant Energy Corporation, Mr. Emil Andre Garcia.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are still in a time of crisis, depending on who you ask and where you conduct business. However, through all of the shutdowns and working from home, we are responsible for ensuring that businesses could continue to operate on-site or from home by providing reliable electricity supply in all circumstances. I want to share with you today some information on our company and how a reliable, dependable electricity supply supports business growth, business development, and business continuity. Members of the Cebu Chamber of Commerce, honored guests, good afternoon. My name is Emil Andre Garcia, and I am the EVP and COO of Vivant Energy. Thank you, Cebu Chamber, for this opportunity to share our story of empowering off-grid communities by providing stable and reliable power that is vital to their economic and social growth, and for all of your time in understanding the difference we can make in the Philippines through continuity of business growth. But before we discuss off-grid communities, let me give a brief overview of Vivant Energy Corporation. Vivant Energy is the holding company of Vivant Corporation's investment in the energy sector. Vivant Corporation is a proud Cebuano company listed on the Philippine Stock Exchange, which evolved from a Visayan company which started over 100 years ago. As a group, Vivant has investments in various segments of the power supply chain and a growing interest in infrastructure, including water. The mission of Vivant Energy differs slightly from that of Vivant Corporation, and it is to build relationships that enables us to combine existing and emerging technologies into energy solutions that meet the shifting challenges of the world around us. We have certainly seen challenges of late, and no doubt we will see many others in the future. And our vision in Vivant Energy is to be the preferred partner in providing innovative, diverse, and client-focused energy solutions in the Philippines. We believe a large part of our future is to provide continuity for businesses by ensuring that they have continuity of power supply to continue their business. From our initial investment in the Visayan Electric Company in the early 1900s, our investments in the power supply chain have expanded into generation and retail electricity services. Our investments in the energy sector have expanded beyond distribution to include direct customer solutions through our brand, Core Energy. Core Energy offers businesses savings as a retail electricity supplier, as well as energy engineering consultancy and rooftop solar, wherein Core Energy has partnered with one of the largest rooftop solar providers in the Philippines, Boscovitz Energy. This shows that in the last 15 years, we have also expanded into energy generation ranging from conventional to renewable energy, both on the national grid and in the off-grid market. Today, I will focus on our investments in power generation in off-grid areas for the Small Power Utility Group, or SPUG, to illustrate the role of energy in social and economic development and the importance of business continuity. The SPUG Group is a sector that is involved in the generation and the associated delivery of energy in areas that are not connected to the transmission system. In simpler terms, as a country of over 7,000 islands, not all communities have access to the grid, and this is where we come in to provide reliable energy so that they are not left behind in the economic race. We are considered to be a leader within this particular sector, and have developed expertise in developing sites not only for today, but to meet the demand of tomorrow. Our first investment in off-grid was through Delta P Incorporated back in 2007. Delta P owns and operates a 31 megawatt bunker-fired plant in Puerto Princesa City and is considered as one of the largest power producers for the franchise area of Paleco, or the Palawan Electric Cooperative. As business develops, whether in manufacturing, service, or tourism, they require more energy to operate and better reliability of supply in a continually competitive marketplace, whether that is to deliver on time, respond on time, or delight the customer and exceed their expectations. In 2013, we began commercial operations for the Calamian Island Power Corporation, which operates an 8 megawatt power plant in Coron and a 700 kilowatt plant in Busuanga. Through CIPC, we saw how a fishing town, whose economy suffered huge setbacks due to rotating power outages in 2008, grew to become a global tourism destination. Coron, named the top island in the world by Condé Nast Traveler's Reader's Choice Awards in 2015, reports an average growth of more than 10% in tourist arrivals since 2011. This tourism boom translates to growth in demand for electricity. Between 2014 and 2016, Coron saw the opening of new hotels and resorts with a combined investment of 568 million pesos, generating direct employment of almost 500 people. Tourists expect world-class service everywhere in the world: food, light, heating, and cooling on demand. We are part of that service delivery. We aim to understand and deliver our customers' expectations. Having established our expertise in the SPOG sector, we do not have to look far for our latest project. While the island of Bantayan in northern Cebu experienced rotating brownouts that would only get worse as forecasted demand increases, the Bantayan Electric Cooperative, or Banelco, conducted a bidding in 2019 to find interested parties that would provide reliable energy supply to ensure continuity of business and lives. Bantayan also belongs to the SPOG sector, and considering that it's very close to home, we look for ways to help. Bantayan, known as the egg basket to the Visayas, has a thriving tourism industry that supports many businesses, and their workers as well as families engage in providing support services to visitors to the island. Power is distributed to consumers in 3 towns on the island by the Bantayan Electric Cooperative, which forecasts demand of its more than 32,000 customers to go up to 11.87 megawatts next year and 13 megawatts by 2023. With the contract of the existing power producer ending in 2021, Banelco conducted a bidding to meet the forecasted energy needs. Along with our partner, Gigawatt Power, we won the bid and created Isla Norte Energy Corporation. INEC is constructing a 23 megawatt power plant to provide stable and reliable power to Bantayan for the long term. This plant will begin commercial operations in the latter part of this year. To ensure continuity of supply, we had to be responsive and decisive to provide solutions for the long-term needs of all parties. You can see from the timeline how short it was between the announcement of award and commercial operations. And you all know how much work and how many processes and protocols had to be completed at this time. As you notice, Almost the entire duration of this construction took place during the pandemic, but this has not prevented us from delivering on our promise. In early 2020, Benelco's franchise area experienced rotating power outages. The rotating outages called for an emergency power supply, which INEC answered by the way of a 12-month interim power supply contract with Benelco. INEC began supplying emergency power to Benelco's franchise area starting August 2020, allowing Bantayan residents to cope and adapt to the safety protocols amid COVID. With INEC's emergency power of 3 megawatts, Benelco has been able to avoid rotating brownouts related to supply at a time when many Bantayan folk have had to work from home or study from home due to safety protocols. Economic growth and energy supply always go hand in hand. Energy is part of the infrastructure that supports growth of any economy. It is also vital in uplifting living conditions of communities. Our experience in the SPUG sector and in other segments of the power supply chain has provided us with the capabilities to develop solutions for the changing needs of the communities we serve. COVID has emphasized the need for adaptable solutions, not only for the sake of the economy, but also for the well-being of communities. This is why Vivant makes corporate social responsibility an integral part of the way it conducts business. Even before the pandemic hit, Bantayan was one of the recipients of Project Rely, which is funded by the EU and implemented by our foundation and its partners, which electrifies public schools in the surrounding islets through solar energy. During the pandemic, we intensified our CSR by providing food relief and medical equipment assistance to help our communities. We also provided necessary equipment for schools to implement distance learning when in-person classes were suspended. With the stable and reliable power supply we provide, Bantayan's economy will continue to grow. It will be the next big thing in tourism once safety protocols ease up and with the opening of its airport. Maybe you will find some opportunities in Bantayan as well. Thank you for your time and interest in Vivant Corporation and Vivant Energy. As you all invest in your future, we are also investing in your future, whether on-grid or off-grid, to ensure your business continuity and success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Emil Garcia, and more power to Vivant Energy. Okay, at this point in time, I believe Ms. April Ongvanya is already here. We introduced her earlier, but let me call her back. The Colabox founder, Miss April Ongvanya.
Thank you very much, and apologies for earlier, and thank you to Sir Emil for taking over that slot earlier. I would like to share my screen. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for staying on, and congratulations once again to the organizers of the Entrepreneurs Summit. And it's been a very interesting and enlightening set of sessions this afternoon, and I hope that our story at Colabox can also inspire our members and audience for this summit. So our focus for today is on social tech entrepreneurs, and we consider this, or we want to look at it as a new entrepreneurial genre. Now, what does that mean? When we take a look, or at least have a future or shape the future of what business would look like, how do we imagine this? I often advocate businesses with an impact when I was still a young student. But of course, now as a professional and entrepreneur, it is something that I've seen as a growing need to integrate and also connect with more businesses, entrepreneurs, and corporations to actually shape that future as well of sustainability. Now, I would like to ask if from our audience members, if you're familiar with these 17 squares that are on the screen. I'm not so sure. I can't really see all the audience members here on Zoom, but maybe a thumbs up or any reactions I could see. But yes, this is something that is quite familiar to some of us in the development sector, which is called the UN Sustainable Development Goals. For sustainability, we take a look at the triple bottom line. I'll talk about those 17 goals earlier, at least broadly together, hashtag the global goals. But to keep it simpler and to actually illustrate it, this is how this triple bottom line sees a future of business, but actually of society and the world, wherein we look at these three pillars of people, planet, and profit, or as I actually want to call it more as progress. So when we look at a sustainable world or a sustainable business or a sustainable city, we want to take a look at these three pillars and make sure that we create that balance and harmony in whatever initiatives, projects, and also, as mentioned, enterprises and businesses that we endeavor. I won't dive into this since we have limited time, but I wanted to share some examples and also our story on how we try to practice what we preach on sustainability. As earlier mentioned, there are 17 goals. I won't have time to talk all about them, but definitely these are the goals that we want to actually see and actually be part of the solution for our planet, but also in our own society. So of course, we have here 17 goals that seem to be, a list of different things or a to-do list or a task list. But we encourage everyone to also see it all together as one, as something that is interconnected and that actually needs to work hand in hand in order to achieve them. As you can see, we actually have our goal towards a sustainable world or a sustainable planet. And at the basis or at the forefront is, of course, our environment, and that we create an environment that is good for society, that will build on the economy for prosperity for all. So this triple bottom line framework is something that we advocate, especially in sustainable development. And we actually don't see it just for people in working in development or in government and policy, but we see a strong and actually very, very relevant role in the private sector and businesses and enterprises to be a part of. As mentioned earlier and actually echoed by each and every speaker, sustainability is something we should all embrace. And I won't have to repeat all the different things that they mentioned about the importance of why that should be part already of your strategy and how you approach your businesses. And also in this part, I wanted to just highlight once again, like all the other speakers earlier, who talked about the global disruption, not only during this pandemic, but for the last few years of accelerated digitalization and technological transformation. I'll just go ahead to these slides that really show how we are really moving into a more integrated and tech-powered economy. But I wanted to point out also here that how e-commerce and digital growth is really seeing, it is our e-commerce that's actually enjoying the tailwinds of COVID in a good light, but also a not so good light, which I will touch on later on. But as you can see here, we can have several other business sectors or enablers of e-commerce to slowly thrive as an opportunity for new business to come in. And we will see that, actually we're already seeing that now, but we will see that grow even further in the coming years. I just wanted to share this as a showcase of some successes here in the Philippines. And I think some of us here are familiar with this successful investment of an e-commerce enabler and solutions provider that actually successfully had an investment that would boost the economy or the e-commerce economy and hopefully impact positively and support more SMEs and businesses in this digital transformation. Now, when we talk about social and tech, this is where we want to take a look. I put down the SDGs at the side over here. There are 17 goals and the impact we want to make, and how technology can be part of that solution and that acceleration. Of course, in the last 12 to 16 months, the news and headlines have not always been that great. And we have seen how this pandemic has actually exacerbated a lot of social challenges and have increased the gap, especially for those who have been underserved and marginalized. So now let's take a look at how impact enterprises can become that driver for growth, development, and of course, of that sustainable development goals that we want to achieve. So I'm only putting down just 5 top sectors that I see that could definitely be of benefit, not just for businesses at large, but really a lot of people, especially those in the marginalized sector. For example, as you see here, fintech, healthcare, agritech, e-commerce, and education, which we definitely need to be more invested in, and of course, develop more talent in order to actually develop and create these types of enterprises. Now, for 2020, I want to take a step back very briefly on our story as a small business or social enterprise. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this scene in Friends, but we are familiar with the word pivot, especially in the business sector and enterprise sector, on how we had to keep on changing and transforming and adapting to these changes. For us at Colabox as a small enterprise, we have been working together with several different brands, social enterprises, and NGOs. But personally, I was also active in the startup ecosystem in the Philippines and also here in Cebu. And I have had the privilege to work in the crossroads of tech startups and those innovators that are really looking at solutions that can scale up their impact, as well as those grassroots initiatives, programs, and enterprises that are really trying to bridge the gap, especially for our less fortunate brothers and sisters. Now, how can we connect our fisher folk, our farmers, our artisans, and woodworkers into this digital world? Because we cannot make this pandemic as another, as I think our speaker earlier had said, it has to be a rebound for us. We cannot set even fewer and more steps backwards for our Filipinos that have been marginalized. So how can we create access? How can we build more infrastructure? And of course, connect them to the right resources. Now, a little storytelling, and I'll be very brief about this, about our way of pivoting. So how we started as a social business, we wanted to curate and promote local businesses and their products and connecting them to corporate clients. Now, it was very difficult to pivot, but at the end, what we had done during the last 6 months, or at least within the pandemic, we were able to work closely with our partners and see what kind of gaps you can build, develop new business models, ideas, and as I mentioned earlier, try to connect and innovate and perhaps try these digital tools in order for them to also be competitive and actually join this new economy. So here are some of our partners with purpose, and I can't really put them all in one slide, but as you can see, these are brick and mortar businesses or social enterprises, and they too need to be brought forward and accelerate along with this acceleration in the digital economy. So how can we do that? How can tech startups and these innovative solutions also work with social enterprises, actually also with nonprofits and other development sector organizations in order to actually still meet their goals and also create their impact. So this is why I mentioned earlier, now our goal, our pivot is bridging these two sectors of social entrepreneurs and tech startups. And in order for us to do that, we can't do it alone, and we need to still continue creating and building collaborations. I won't have enough time to share the wonderful stories of some of the startups that are actually using technology for good, but here are some that I hope I can just fly through. For example, Cropital, that is really empowering and raising funds for our farmers. We also have fintech or platforms that allow more people that may not have enough enough financing in order for them to access some form of financing online in their purchases, especially those that are important and needed in their households, including this one that's also for groceries. And this one is very interesting and very powerful for me, Invested, that actually provides loans for students online and actually allows them to continue their education. Of course, there's also those health startups that have also tried to empower our healthcare system providers and putting them online and providing different kinds of solutions. Also, we talk about mobility, and there are some startups here in Cebu as well as in Metro Manila and congested areas that are looking for solutions to solve mobility challenges. Also for tourism, I actually attended the previous CCCI summit about tourism. How can we create digital and more virtual experiences for the meantime so that our public or even other tourists can be excited to actually once again come visit us here in Cebu? So I'm sorry I had to fly through this because I know that everyone is pressed for time, but the key message that I really want to share with this group of entrepreneurs and business owners and leaders is that for social business, I don't believe that it should be one category. And I believe that for sustainable development goals and to become a champion and actually be part of that solution, all businesses can actually embrace this and be part of that. And as our brand, the core is really collaboration. We believe that we should all work together. How can you partner with social enterprises, your communities, and earlier, Sir Emil has shared their incredible story as well, in making sure that sustainability is really integrated in the way you do business. So I don't think that we necessarily have to say, okay, I'm a social enterprise and you're just a business or you're a startup, and this is something that we will sort of create some different differences and divides. But I see that this is a time for us to work together and collaborate in order for us to empower ourselves, especially those that need to be brought up or uplifted, and of course, use technology for good. And I hope that we can see here in Cebu a thriving startup ecosystem, but also a thriving social enterprise and SME driven and powered by technology. So once again, of course, the SDGs present to us a lot of challenges and a lot of problems that we face today. But let's move from problems to potential. And this is how business can make an impact and a difference and turn things around. So once again, thank you for this opportunity to share our story and share advocacy, and looking forward to collaborating with all of you very soon. Daghang salamat and a good afternoon to all.
Daghang salamat, Miss April, and I hope you can stay until the end so you can answer the questions from the audience that are addressed to you. Okay, moving on. A lot of the SMEs in Cebu are family-operated companies. So how do we empower these family businesses to fast-track sustainable development? Engineer Anthony shares his personal and direct experience, having worked more than 5 years as a plant manager in one of the biggest family-owned and operated cosmetics manufacturing company in the country. The GT Cosmetics Manufacturing Company credits him for formally establishing its FDA registration, halal and ISO certifications, a chemical engineer and an advocate of personal and organizational sustainability. Please help me welcome the last but definitely not the least of our presenters, Engineer Anthony Kevin Campos.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mikey, fellow Big Bad Wolf volunteer from circa 2019. And finally, praise the Lord, it's the last presentation for the day. Thank you very much to Engineer Nora and the organizers for this wonderful opportunity to be part of your program. And thank you very much to everyone for staying if you're still with me. I hope you're still there. And I'm very, 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 very privileged. It is with great pride and humility that I'm here before you to represent the superwoman of GT Cosmetics, the one and only Engineer Leonora B. Salvane, to talk about the topic on empowering family businesses to fast track sustainable development. Now, rest assured, I am well aware that I am the last presenter, and all that stands before your favorite part of the program, the raffle, or could be the end of the program. So I'll keep this very short and simple, and let's dive right into it. My short presentation will be divided into two segments, one talking about family businesses, GD Cosmetics, and then we move on to sustainable development. And that's it. That wraps up my presentation. Thank you so much. I'm kidding. All right, let's head on straight into it by running through some numbers. So the United Nations Conference for Trade and Development published in a recent article, which coincidentally is the same title with my presentation. It stated that 67% of businesses globally are owned or managed by families. And of that, they contribute to at least 70% of the global GDP figures. And taking a closer look at the Philippine context, we can see from the Forbes Philippines top 50 richest, 80% are owned or managed by families in some form or another. So I believe this is a testament of the Filipino spirit that is almost synonymous with family. And although we're not in the top 50, I'm still happy and privileged to represent GD Cosmetics and Engineer Leonora B. Salvane, a classic example of a family business with its humble origins of a starting capital of just 500 pesos and the support of family as the backbone and inspiration through its journey of 27 years and counting. And now, in the spirit of stewardship, the children of Engineer Leonora that were once helping her pack the products while watching TV are now actually the leaders and change makers in the different facets of the business, and perhaps still with enough time to watch some TV, all under the watchful guise and guidance of our one and only Engineer Leonora B. Salvane, who I'd like to quote as a perfect segue to the second part of my presentation. And her quote goes, "No matter how heavy the traffic may be, you will always have your space in the road." Which brings to bear a very good concept I'd like to discuss when we think about sustainable development. And that is the concept of finite versus infinite games. So finite games can be considered similar to different type of sports. So you may recall our recent victory in the Olympics. Shout out to Miss Hidilyn for our first ever Olympic gold. So finite games are similar to these type of sports where you have fixed players, you have fixed rules, and a fixed objective. And the objective of finite games have always been to win or to beat your competition. Now, I'd like to challenge everyone to do some new thinking and to check if everyone is still with me. How about businesses? Are we considering businesses as finite games? Do we have thumbs up from the audience? What do we think? Are businesses or business endeavors considered finite projects where we have fixed competitors in the industry? Do we have fixed rules wherein these different business endeavors must follow? And do we have a fixed objective? Or are these businesses simply existing to beat their competitors? Is that the sole purpose of your business? And if we can recall from the words of Engineer Leonora, we really believe that businesses are actually infinite games. And what do we mean by that? Infinite games have changing players, or you never really know how much your competitors will be, how many of them are still in the game, how far ahead are they, or how far behind are we? We don't even have the same rules. So each and different competitors may choose different products and services. They may use different mediums to deliver those products and services. However, there's still a fixed objective, but it turns the paradigm around from finite games because the objective of infinite games or businesses should not be to beat your competitors, but to outlast them by making sure that your business, your organization can continue it can outlast the competition, regardless of what different challenges you might face. So if we liken that to Pinoy teleserye, you can say that it's making sure that at the end of every episode, there's always the abangan sa susunod na kabanata. So something along those lines. So we have to make sure, just like the teleserye Provinciano, I think Cardo is president by now, I guess. We have to make sure that our mindset is to continue the business. And just like different teleseries, when there's a bida, there is a contrabida. And the infinite mindset does not necessarily look as competitors as the contrabida. In recent times, when you look at an infinite mindset, the greatest adversary we've had is the COVID-19 crisis. It really challenged our organizations to rethink about our principles and our values. What are we willing to give up in order to play the infinite game? What is truly important for us? And I'm a very proud example, and I testify to the triumph that Engineer Leonora has overcome through our organization, because during the recent, or not recent, in last year's troubling times, there was even a couple of months where we had to shut down in response to the lockdown. And I was very happy that the focus of our organization was still willing Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
Yes. I'm so sorry. I think we got disconnected. I think Zoom wants to end my presentation. I'm just kidding. May I confirm, sir, which slide before I disconnect?
Infinite slide.
Okay. So, which slide was that, sir? Sorry. Infinite games.
That slide, sir, the current slide.
This infinite game. Yes, sir, Joey.
The next slide of this, sir, the COVID slide.
Okay. COVID-19. Or the next slide after this, Mr. Jovi.
This one, sir, Engineer Anthony.
All right, all right. Sorry, everyone. I think Zoom wants to end the presentation earlier than planned. Okay, all right. So I was saying that in terms of our mindset in the infinite games, one of the greatest adversaries, or what we can say, the contrabida of our story, is the COVID-19 crisis, and it really forced us to rethink our values and see what's truly important. And I am a very happy testament that the organization was able to withstand that crisis by ensuring the sustainability of the organization, to ensure job security of the GT family. So the GT Cosmetics family, all of the personnel were given salaries even though we experienced 2-month shutdown when the lockdowns hit, and we were still given incentives. So that is really a clear message about the values that is critical when we talk about real sustainable development. And to answer the topic, and as a call to action for different businesses, I'd like to stir the pot and challenge you all to really think about sustainable development, not just in the common context where we say environmental sustainability, but sustainable development as a whole. And if we may borrow the acronyms from the CBN 2021's theme, it's RISE, but our R is for retainment, or in the different challenges that we face. The one thing that's constant is the organization and the values that we would like to retain throughout those challenges. Because before we empower our personnel, before we empower our business, we have to know what is truly important and what direction we are heading. And a re-examination and realignment of our values will make sure that through those challenges, when we are empowered, we will know that we are going the right way, keeping in mind that we're actually playing an infinite game. We're not necessarily here just to beat our competitors, but we're here to outlast our competitors and to ensure the sustainability of the organization and, more importantly, the people in that organization. So we actually share the mindset that yes, customers have importance because they are the ones that are the bloodline. However, it is also equally important that the personnel themselves can be taken care of as a good foundation with which we can continue growing the organization. And our S is for stewardship, which was discussed earlier, but the focus here is that throughout the journey of GT Cosmetics, the reason why we really value sustainable development is not because it's part of a requirement of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It is because we know our time here on Earth is limited. We are never assured of anything. COVID-19 has shown us nothing is permanent. So we should not look at our roles and responsibilities as something we own, but as something that we are preparing for the next generation, ready to pass on to the next generation, which comes full circle when we say empowerment. Because when we know where we're going because of our values, when we know the game that we're playing because we're in it for the long run, and when we know that we are going to pass it on to the next generation, this generation, you here with me now, can be empowered, and that will be the stepping stone to empower the next generation and give the true sustainable development for any type of business. Because if we continue on to what Engineer Leonora shared, yes, we will always have our space in the road, but as long as we learn to take care of the car, we learn to take care of the driver, and we learn to take care of the road. Thank you very much for your time. Stay safe and stay blessed. Back to you, Miss Mikey.
Okay. Thank you so much, Engineer Campos. So I'll take over from here. So all right. So those are really very inspiring message, no, coming from a really big company, and especially GT Cosmetics has has a heart for uh, your staff and your employees. Now, the, as we proceed, we would like to entertain questions from our participants. So we have here a question for Security Bank. Okay. Do we have Sir? Okay. So for Security Bank, we have a question here. Is it safe to do online banking transactions?
Thank you for that question, Mike. No, yeah. Actually, that depends because I believe money is very important for each and everyone. So we all heard that there's a lot of things going on the internet and online banking. So the only thing I can probably recommend or suggest to each and everyone is for them to be able to know the platform that they are using, because the security of your online banking or your internet purchasing, let's say, will always depend on the security of the portals that you are using. So yes, it can still be safe, but you just have to be very cautious about the platform that you're using. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Last question. For is it also is it expensive to avail of the cash management facilities of a security bank?
That's a very good question. We in Security Bank actually understand the needs of our clients, and we are actually catered to different kinds of client as well. So we are very flexible as far as the availment for cash management. No, so we have options to have it fee based, or we can even do ADB based, or at least they don't have to cost any money out from their pockets, or we can even do both. So it's just important for us to know exactly what the client needs and what they want, so we can come up with something that's going to be very acceptable for our clients. Thank you, Mike.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, we have another question here for PLDT. Okay.
Hi, Mike. Good afternoon.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Yes.
We have a question here, sir. How do you position in the minds of remote SMEs on the sustainable adaptability of doing business in the new normal, especially with the trends of digital technologies? So it's like the SMEs are concerned, like, what are your positions or plans, especially for remote SMEs, sir?
Yeah, so the way I understand the question, Mike, is sustainable adaptability of the digital technologies. And first, when a company ventures, regardless of how big and small, when a company ventures into digital transformation, there's got to be management support and management sponsor to encourage people to let them try it out. And there are a lot of enablements as well. Like we in PLDT, every time we engage with a company in their digital transformation, we just don't give them the platform and that's it. No, we have to teach them how to use it, encourage them how to use it, give them incentives, and until they get a hang of it, and eventually they can do it on their own. So for me, I mean, as simple as using Office 365, using SharePoint, MS Teams, and the like, they just really gotta try it. And these technologies, once they've tried it, it will be easily adaptable, and they can do it on their own already. So there are a lot of enablements out there. They really just gotta try. No.
All right, thank you so much, sir. I really, a first-hand experience with PLDT as well. On the first, I think that was 8 years ago. They really positioned the proposal as a discovery session. So to really discover what's what we lack, because sometimes as an entrepreneur we don't know what we need. No, yeah. But PLDT has really it's really very proactive on that. Thank you so much, Sir Kent.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. We invest a lot in our people, and our RMs are equipped to sit down with you, take a look at what you have and what you need, what you want to achieve, and then recommend solutions, digital solutions that can help you make your process more efficient and effective. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Sir Kent. All right, we have a question for, well, not really a question, but something like something to share for, we have a question for April for Colabox. Hello, Ma'am April, are you still here?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Ma'am. Well, we have a comment here, from Rafi. So it says here, can you share to us, I guess, some ideal business or ventures in these current times? I believe you are into social entrepreneurship, right? So is this something that an ideal or like an ideal business or venture to go into?
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, so it's not necessarily like social business is like the ideal business, because I see it more as a framework that we can try to adapt, that sustainability is at the core, integrated into our... Oh wow, hala, unsa man atong matilaw. Sorry. Okay, so as I was saying, it's really more of a mindset, and but I get the the question. So if I can just rephrase it, to help address that sort of, I guess, interest in where you can do business or where you can focus or you can invest in. So as I showed earlier, and in terms of e-commerce and even agriculture and health, this pandemic actually really put on the spotlight back to the basics. And that might sound cliche, but really at the core of it, it really shook the economy, not just here, but also globally, on what really is important. So for example, we started off with healthcare because we really needed to, save lives, but obviously we needed to feed people. So that's where food security was really a big concern. So that's why a lot of food businesses, not just the enterprise side, but really throughout the value chain, from our farmers and producers, to make sure that we are able to produce enough to feed people, but also to be able to create the infrastructure, create different businesses that can support, bringing food to the table. And as I mentioned earlier, let's try to also make sure it's equitable so it reaches to more people, meaning those who are actually underserved. And I think that's where innovation, startups, and technology can come in and really play around on how they can solve these challenges and build these bridges so that we can actually serve more people. So yeah, I think it's like back to basics, look at the businesses there. And at the end of the day, that's impactful already, or like that's socially relevant. And then how you can harness technology through that. So I hope that answers the question of Rafi. So, from, I don't know if you're asking for like a list. I think earlier I said agri-tech, fintech, or at least financial services. Enablers of that sort of market access, whether you're technology or even,
All right. Thank you so much, April. I really appreciate it. Okay, so we have one last question for Converge. Then after that, we're going to do some raffle, and then we're going to close our summit today. Okay, the last question for Converge is, based on your perspective towards the journey of digital transformation on most of the businesses here in the Philippines, what are some of the biggest roadblocks that mid-sized businesses face along the journey, and how do you measure if your digital transformation was successful?
Thank you for that question. So from our perspective, for most of the SMEs, which is really a big market that we're trying to serve, is how we are able to construct certain solutions that are off the shelf for or platforms that are off the shelf that work with our network. I think the main thing or the main issues for SMEs is not just a matter of what's out there from a solution perspective, but also how their processes internally work. And I think that's the first roadblock that you want to look at internally. How are you processing? How are you processing data from your customers? How are you actually also measuring the satisfaction of your customers? These things have to be taken into account in terms of being able to get the right platform or choosing the right platform that's out there. There are several platforms that you can actually use that are already cloud-based or open source that are right in your fingertips. But it all starts with you actually looking at the design of your process that's centered on the customer, as well as changing that process so that you can predict a certain outcome for your specific product or service. And I think it change, as they say, starts within. After you review that, I think the platforms are aplenty as far as the market is concerned. So, and we're glad to participate and help our SME customers in formulating those solutions for their customers. And as far as measurement, several measurements are there. I think, as Mr. Danao said earlier, data is going to be king. It's the new, there's a sea of data that we need to look at and mine, and that's what we need to really focus on. there are satisfaction surveys. There are customer effort measures that we can look at. But the key of being successful is being to really look at that data and measure that on a regular and periodic basis, so that you know that you're offering this consistent service to the customer. So I hope I was able to answer some of the questions.
Very good answer, sir. Thank you so much, Sir Albert. As we say, in this digital age, a data-driven business is really very important. So thank you so much, Sir Albert. Now, okay, so before we go, I'd like to call our CCCI Secretariat, Karen, to do some raffles for our participants.
All right, so thank you, Sir Mike. So this afternoon, we will be raffling off 7 minor prizes and 1 major prize. So for our minor prizes, we will draw 2 winners of a box of empanada and 3 winners for 1 order of 5 seasons Halo Halo, courtesy of Golden Prince Hotel and Suites, and 2 winners for a virtual learning session on leadership and resilience for your organization, courtesy of Ramon Aboitis Foundation Incorporated. So let's draw first our minor prizes. So let me just share our electronic roulette. All right, so for the 2 winners of a box of empanada, Miss Francine Kayakap. So is Miss Francine Kayakap still in the room?
Yes, Miss Car.
Okay, so let me remind again everyone that only those who are present in our Zoom have the chance to win in our raffle. So okay, so our first winner for a box of empanada is Miss Francine Kayakap. Next is Miss Angeli Guillen. Is she still around?
No, Miss Car. We can move on.
Okay, so let's draw another one. Micheline Arango. Is she still there?
We can draw another one, Miss. She's not around.
Okay, so next, let's have another. Sir Pete Delantar, is he still around?
No, Miss Car.
Okay, so let's have another one. Miss Nelisa May Cesante.
No, Miss Car.
Okay, so let's have another one. Miss Bonnie May Evale.
Yes, Miss Car, she's here.
Okay, so Miss Bonnie will wins a box of empanada. So another one for the Halo Halo. Miss Z Andales, is she still around?
No, Miss Car.
Okay, next one. Ireneo Noynay.
No, Miss Car.
I think they're from the LGU, so let's draw another one. Pam Saneo.
I guess she's kaning Pam T. There's
Pam T. I think that's Pam T in the room. Okay,
Okay,
so
Miss. Thank you.
next one, let's draw another one for the Halo Halo. Rosaleo Anorico.
He's not in the room, Miss Car.
Okay, so let's have another one. Leilani Villarino.
She's also not in the room, Miss Car.
Okay, next one. Sir Tom Alejio Alegi. Oh, sorry. Sir Tom is he still in the room? Sir Tom?
No, Miss.
Marcelius Ryan.
No, Miss Car.
No.
Naa ba siya?
Sir Tom, are you still in the room?
I think he's not in the room anymore, Miss Car.
Okay, sige, let's draw another one. So we still have two, no? Two for the halo-halo. Myra Alenton. Oh, Mirna. Sorry, Mirna Alenton.
She's in the room, Miss Car.
Okay, so we'll have another one for the halo-halo. Jennifer Tan.
She's not in the room, Miss Car.
She's also not in. So let's draw another one. Myla Velia Delgado.
She's in the room, Miss Car.
Okay, so Miss Myla received the Halo Halo prize, and then we will draw another two winners. This is still the minor prize, no, for the virtual learning sessions care of Rafi. Miss Leslie and Pino.
She's in the room, Miss Car.
Okay, so Miss Leslie. So by the way, this virtual learning session is exclusive for your organization, good for 24 persons. Okay, so next one. Miss Charmaine Nere.
She's in the room, Miss Car.
Okay, so we'll draw one for the major prize. No, so let's move on to our major prize. So our major prize is a domestic round trip ticket, no, for care of Cebu Pacific. So let's draw one winner for the major prize. Miss Ameya Renil Dagunan.
She's in the room, Miss Car.
Okay, so congratulations to our winners. No, by the way, the round trip ticket is valid until June of 2022. No, so for all our winners, please send us a message with your name, your company, your mobile number, your email, and the item that you want. And our secretariat will be in touch with you, no, after. So once again, congratulations to all our winners. And back to you, Sir Mike.
Thank you very much, Karen. So we have now come to the last part of our event, which is the closing remarks, which I will deliver. So again, I would like to thank our partners, our sponsors, our friends. Please accept our sincere gratitude to all of you who have shared your valuable time with us, and to our panelists and speakers, especially. Thank you for all your insights and cooperation that made this event very successful. I feel like the whole event, no, it's like a mentoring session. I've learned a lot from our experts, how they think, how the perspective is really different. So I would like also to acknowledge our, as I mentioned, our sponsors as well as our media friends and the working team of CBM 2021. So the main points presented today made me think of a quote from Steve Jobs, which that says, I think we're very, very familiar with this: "Stay hungry, stay foolish." Okay, you know, as philosophical as it may sound, I find it very relevant for the business industry in these trying times. We are bombarded with changes daily, which force us to adapt. With these changes brought us by the pandemic, the way we do business might no longer sustain us. So, in countless ways, we have to unlearn what we have already known and rethink at the same time. So, we have to willingly embrace firsthand strategies and solutions that may not have we may not have tried before. Our industry has to persist to go beyond and recalibrate what we have already learned. So throughout the session, we have our speakers shared not only their best practices, but also their journey in turning crisis into stronger, better opportunities. Uh, Throughout the questions raised today as well, we are able to deal with timely challenges and discuss future conjunctures in different sectors of our economy. Knowing that there is a strong collaboration between the industry and the government is very inspiring. It is very important for us to know that our government is also working faster in going digital and in dealing with the crisis, such as strengthening its vaccination operations. I am very confident that with this year's summit, we are able to acquire useful lessons from our interesting discussions we had earlier. And hopefully these novel perspectives will become our vantage point for us to further improve the way we do our business beyond the new normal. It is my hope that this gathering, although virtual, will strengthen our established networks, and we will be able to respond together to the issues that we have in common and achieve our shared vision. Finally, what has made the summit a victory is our mutual goal for coming together to discuss viable and sustainable strategies for us to rise resilient, innovate, sustain, and empower and move forward. So again, I would like to close my remark and officially announce the end of this afternoon's CBM 2021 Entrepreneur Summit. I wish you all good health, stay safe, and I look forward to the success of our next Entrepreneur Summit in the future. Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Good day, passengers. This is your captain speaking once again. For the last 25 years, we at Cebu Pacific have been enabling everyone to fly. And it has been such an honor to have made a lot of travel moments with you. We have always been known to make the flight experience fun for everyone. And as the skies open once again, let us look back at our 8 shared milestones. What a great day to fly! On March 8, 1996, we made our first maiden voyage from Manila to our hometown Cebu. Then we took off for our first international flight, Manila to Hong Kong on November 22, 2001. Those were great times. Philippines, meet Piso Fair, March 2004. We pioneered the first ever Piso sale in the market. These Piso sales really made air travel more accessible for everyone. To connect more people across the archipelago, through September 2007 to 2016, we invested in high-capacity ATR turboprop aircrafts to serve islands that can only be reached by smaller planes. In 2013, we received our first and biggest aircraft, the Airbus A330, and sent it to our first long-haul flight from Manila to Dubai. Baby Haven came into this world via 5J015 Dubai to Manila, the first Seb baby born in flight. On our 20th year, we welcomed major changes, our new home, our new uniforms, and a brand new look in the skies. We even partnered with UNICEF for its Change for Good program. And last 2017, we flew our first 150 millionth passenger. Throughout our 25 years, we have celebrated countless wonderful moments with you, our dear passengers. I, your captain, together with Cebu Pacific family, can't wait to bring you back to the beautiful destinations you have missed. We're looking forward to more smiles ahead as everyone flies again.
The lines that connect us have never been this important. From the simple things that give us joy and hope to the ones we have to accomplish. There is a need to be connected to the things we do and to the people around us. The lack of a future-ready connection is what created us. From a startup in Central Luzon to what we are now, our purpose remains the same: to make everyone's online experience better. From businesses to public institutions to your homes and the entire country, we believe that digitalizing the Philippines empowers the people. We work hard to power micro, small, medium, and large-scale businesses to allow them to maximize their productivity with the latest broadband technology that fits their needs, to better connect them to their audiences and customers. Because we know the value of what education brings to every Filipino, together with the Department of Education and local governments, we are connecting schools to teachers and teachers to all their students, providing reliable and fast internet. This helps build the future of the youth and the nation. Converge is empowering every Filipino household as the home becomes the school, the workplace, and the marketplace in one. With its pure fiber connection, Converge offers speed, stability, and reliability to meet the evolving needs of its residential customers, providing the best experience for their work from home, online classes, news and information needs, to seamless entertainment consumption, such as social media, movie streaming, music, sports, and gaming. Our customers' experience is at the forefront of our success. Going beyond their connectivity, we lead the way in product innovation, customer response, digital infrastructure, and network improvements. Because more than the connection, we empower. We empower you, the businesses that fill your needs, and the country's. We are focused in providing all our customers the best of what the internet has to offer, with true high-speed, pure end-to-end fiber connectivity. And we are making it available to every Filipino. Breaking into an already established industry, it is the passion of our people to bring fresh innovations to Filipinos that sets us apart. The Philippines' need for better internet is evident by our exponential and unrivaled growth, boosting us to have one of the biggest IPOs in the country and transforming us into a world-class broadband provider with the Filipino consumer in mind. With our unparalleled growth, we set our sights on interconnecting the entire country, now linking Visayas and Mindanao to our domestic fiber backbone. To connect the unserved and underserved areas in the country, this lives in the fiber of how Converge came to be. Knowing how essential connectivity is today and in the future, we're not just making stable connections available to more Filipinos. We are giving them the lifeline they need and deserve. Now, the way we connect has never been this powerful. With everything we do in our lives, the world is becoming more and more connected. Converge provides more than just fiber internet. We give the lifeline for a future-ready nation.
It starts with a cause, a purpose, a dream. to do more, to be more. In the face of adversity, do we break down or should we break through? Should we be different or strive to make a difference? We rock. We have the power to create a better world, one step at a time. This is our revolution. I'm Juan Miguel Javier, an IT director, a farmer, and a rock star by heart. I am unbreakable.
Here's a warm hello from Eastern Communications. We're here to present a refreshing point of view that when it comes to delivering business communication solutions, it's time to bring back the human connection. As we do all we can to offer technology that is always solid and reliable, we never lose sight of our brand of personalized customer service. It's a connection that is both high-tech and high-touch. That's our strong connection. We are Eastern Communications.
We are an organization intensive in youth, in desires, and in a commitment to take great steps to live the values that unite us. We are a company that listens to a mission and has decided to respond daily to the call. We are Qualphone, establishing a welcoming and respectful workplace that affirms the dignity of each person, fostering the spirituality and unique contributions of each individual through our Mission at Work programs. Communication at Work promotes an open communication based on respect, mutual trust, and understanding of the mission, values, and plans of Qualphone. Learn at Work. Support employees through career development classes. Care at Work. Support an environment where the person trusts and support each other in a caring second family manner. But making people's lives better goes beyond employees. It also refers to employees' families and our communications through our Give at Work program. We support charities and establishments that provide assistance to the underprivileged. And Fun at Work, to keep our employees engaged through fun activities. Our mission is our call, and we share it with you so that our Strides values will be an explicit, concrete, and visible commitment to serve and love others. In order to be the best BPO, we make people's lives better.
At Vivant, we embrace change because we know that to succeed, we need to be a strong partner, a partner who takes the time to listen and provide solutions that benefit everyone. Vivant's growth throughout the energy sector is a testament to our strategic relationship and our ability to adapt to a changing world. As we expand beyond power, our business model of foresight, cooperation, and adaptability will always push us forward. Vivant, Solutions for a changing world.
They don't want. If we get everyone else vaccinated, 70% yung tinatawag na herd immunity, maprotektahan yung 30% na hindi magpabakuna. Oo.
Diyan ang paglaom, sudungang kaugmaon sa kanaw-kanaw. Sugantang pagbangon, dungan natong sugato na bagong adlaw. Karon ang panahon, busa magpabakuna ta, kini ang pagpanggata sa usab-usab. Padayon, usa ka komunidad kontra sa COVID man, pabakuna. Di na nato dugayon, di na panumbalingon na kabala ka. Dungan natong pandayon ang mga gunong ng mga dambuta. Magbalik pa ang tanan kung magkaiyos sa pusa, magpabakuna ta, hindi ang pagpanggata sa usab-usab. Sa komunidad kontra sa COVID man, babakuna.
Invite na po ang mga tao nga magpabaksin sila.
I encourage everyone to get vaccinated.
Invite na mo tanan nga to take the opportunity to have a vaccine. Free ta tanan sa worries or sa anxiety na to sa about this pandemic which is the COVID-19.
The best vaccine is the one that is available.
Diyan ang paglaom, sudungang kaugmaon ta, higala busa magpabakuna ta.
Now that we have the vaccines here, please do avail of the vaccine to end this pandemic.
word, when you're bustling through the city, at work, or sweating it out. And just when you think you're doing things in style, the right moment can easily take the wrong turn. New GT Cosmetics Deodorant guarantees the freshness and confidence that you need to make it through the day, so that you're ready to make every moment the right moment.
Imagine we're able to contribute to something great. Other than providing solution to the escalating traffic in Metro Cebu, we're confident that this new bridge project not just connects island, but connects people in this area of the country. This really is an iconic structure. It is sort of a legacy to be delivered to the Cebuanos by 2021. We are fortunate enough to be able to get the best multi-talented team.
Every bridge is different. The bridge we're building is going to connect Cebu to Cordova. The bridge is made up of various very important elements. Wherever you are in Cebu, you'll see it. There will be a 145-meter high pylon here, and there will be 17 cables coming this way, 17 cables that way, holding up the bridge, which will be approximately 45 meters above us now. From the two main pylons, we have 21 piles. Each pile cap has about 3,000 cubes of concrete. The depth up to 70 meters, up to 90 tons of reinforcement.
We see ourselves as a participant of nation building in this country. This is the largest single investment anybody's made in the region. Our vision is to help connect the Philippines. The bridge could be a catalyst for the economic development of Cebu. We believe this project will change the lives of our people.
Global Business Power has become the leading power producer in the Visayas, with the flexibility to supply base, intermediate, peak load, and ancillary support, responding to the growing energy needs of a dynamic nation connecting businesses and communities. We provide programs addressing health, education, environment, and the social development needs of the communities around us. Our vision is to be the leading and most efficient energy provider in the country. What happens when we generate power? We enlighten lives. We empower progress. We are Global Business Power.